agenda. Can I have a roll call, please?
Here.
Here.
Here. At this time, I'd like to have the invocation, please. You all
Stand, please. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father God, we thank you, Lord, for this morning, God. We thank you, Father, for your grace in each of our lives, Lord. We thank you, God, for the freedoms in our nation, God, and all the memory of the sacrifices that have been paid for our freedoms, Lord. May we remember them today, God. May we remember who we are as a country. May we be bold and strong in our leadership positions, Father, to make the right decisions and for those that have put us into these positions, Lord. May we do the people of Otero County justice today, God, and may our democracy and our constitutional republic ring true, Fathers. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Follow to the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right, at this time, I'd like to have a motion for approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, Commissioner, do anybody have any of the consent agenda items they'd like to pull?
I don't.
All right, at this time, I'll read all the items. Consent agenda item number 1, request approval of the healthcare assistance claims, deposition claims for November 2020. Consent agenda item number 2, request approval of accounts payable bills list BL number 14, BL number 15, BL number 16, BL number 17, and BL number 18. Consent agenda item number 3, request approval of agreement between Otero County and Lincoln County to house its inmates in the Otero County Detention Center on a space available basis. Consent agenda number 4, request approval of October 13, 2020 special meeting minutes. Consent agenda number 5, request approval of October 8, 2020 regular meeting minutes. Consent agenda number 6, request approval of October 8, 2020 special meeting minutes. Consent agenda number 7, request approval of resolution number 11-12-20/109/21 budget adjustment, grants and carryovers. Consent agenda number 8, request approval reward RFP 20-001 lease management contract with the High Rose Senior Citizen Center to Sacramento Mountain Senior Services Incorporated, Cloudcroft, New Mexico. This is a 1-year contract with options to renew for an additional 3 years, not to exceed a total of 4 years. Consent agenda item number 9, request approval to award RFP 21-003 lease management contract for the Chaparral Health Clinic to Presbyterian Medical Services, Santa Fe, New Mexico. This is a 1-year contract with the option to renew for an additional 3 years, not to exceed a total of 4 years. Consent agenda number 10, request approval of resolution number 11-12-20/109-20 to auction items through GovDeals online auction service. Consent agenda number 11, request approval of financial statements for the quarter ending of September 30th, 2020. Consent agenda number 12, request approval of the agreement between Otero County and Hustis County Adult Detention Center at $60 a day. Consent agenda number 13, request approval of correction deed for Richard L. and Suanni Sharps. Have we had any discussion on that? Request a motion for approval?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that's going to move us down to the scheduled citizen communication. We're gonna alter the rotation just a little bit. I'd asked to see if we could get some people from Gerald Champion Memorial to come and kind of give us a little talk about what's going on right now at the hospital. So if y'all would like to come up and appreciate your time and being here for us.
Have this here today. And I just give you these little summary sheets so you all can, kind of take 5 minutes to walk through that, and then maybe just open it up to questions. I imagine you have more questions than what I have in this document.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for letting me be here today, and I'm Jim Heckert, the CEO of the hospital. Been there 12 years now, and thought I'd just quickly kind of go through how we stand, because it's pretty important to know what's going on with your hospital with respect to this COVID that we've been dealing with since the end of March, really. So on the first front of this is something I'm sure you all already know, is just the statistics on what's going on in our county and neighboring counties in the state, and this is something I look at routinely from the state epidemiology to convey to the staff what's going on. And essentially what I'm seeing is there for a while we were having 100 positives a month. Now we're having over 100 positives a week. And what that means to the hospital is there's a certain percentage of those people are going to have to be hospitalized. And the more positives you got, the more you're going to have. So on the weekend of, and I kind of put everything around the 23rd of October, from March to the 23rd of October, we had 8 admissions to the hospital for COVID. Over the weekend, we had 8. And we've been averaging 8 in our hospital every day since then.
What about with the flu cases? Are you seeing an
That's not
increase in
hitting us
them
yet.
As well, or
That really hasn't hit us yet.
are you keeping control of that data like you are the coronavirus? Because since the coronavirus is no secret, it's being sensationalized right now, and the flu is also dangerous and contagious and lethal. Yet we never hear anything about the flu or anything else. It's always just COVID.
Yeah, well, we're watching it. Right now, the flu is not presenting itself as it has in the past. We are concerned about it because it has the same symptoms as COVID.
Yep.
And then how do you manage it in an effective way? And we're working through that. We have numerous reporting mechanisms with the state on the flu. They're asking us to track that as well. But in our clinics and in our emergency room and in our acute care, we've not really seen it raise its head. Typically, it's more like December, January when we see it, but we're watching for it because it's going to make things complicated. And it's a serious deal too.
Absolutely.
So get your flu shot. I know I did, and so hopefully folks are taking that in hand. I think that'll help. Won't stop it, but it'll certainly help. So on the backside is kind of what's going on with this, and it gets a little complicated. And I started off first with beds. Beds in a hospital are always difficult to define, but we have expanded our bed capacity in the hospital to 116 beds. That just means I have 116 beds. That doesn't mean I can run 116 beds. And if things got worse to worse, then we'd have to figure out how do you staff it and move through that. But on a routine basis, we staff for about 83 beds is what we do. And we average about 50 inpatients a day is where we're at. And that can fluctuate either way, but mostly more towards 60 during the wintertime. So we've been adjusting how we're managing patients, and just this week we changed our inpatient position to where we've changed our ICU to a dedicated COVID unit, because typically about half the inpatients are ventilator patients, critical ICU patients, and half are med-surg. But we want to keep it restricted to a certain area of the hospital where they have everything they need. They're typically in rooms that are glass and you can see in there and just monitor them. A lot better for the nursing. So we just made that switch over just this yesterday, as a matter of fact, to manage it better. We do have 10 ventilators. Typically, on a normal day, we're using 2 to 4 of those. Right now, we're using 4 to 6. We can get more if we need it, but really the rate limiting step is not the equipment, but the people to run it. And so, but right now, we're feeling like we're doing okay on that. So when you look at COVID patients, you have either ICU patients or med-surg patients, and we're managing them in one location in the hospital. That's what we're doing.
Let me ask you, what kind of a contagion, have you had people that are tend to these patients, if it be nurses or doctors or whatever, how many of them have gotten sick from this? How many,
Good question.
Have you seen your staff at
Oh,
your
yeah.
hospital become infected?
Yeah.
And if so, at what kind of a rate?
We have 1,200 staff in the hospital. For this entire time, we've had 22 people get positive with COVID. That includes the contractors that come in the emergency room and so forth. What we've seen is about, it's picked up in the last couple of months, but we're averaging about 8 a month, and about half the time it's from the community, because people shop and do other things, and about half the time we can trace it down to our high-risk areas, which is emergency room and the COVID unit. And so it's manageable, and we're, we really track it, and we take everybody's temperature, and we ask all the questions, and we do a lot of surveillance with the staff, because the symptoms aren't that obvious. And it's appeared to be that way. In the beginning, they were talking the temperature was the key, but now it's loss of smell and other things that should be causing you to question it. So our community health nurse and all that deals with that, but that's about where it is. 22 so far out of 1,200. But do I expect to see more? Probably, because we have more cases and we're having more at the hospital, but we're really staying on top of how we handle it with infection control and PPE and all that kind of stuff, which we're well positioned for.
Are you being able to identify the ongoing issues that these people will suffer from having COVID? I know there's long-term effects. Everybody.
Oh, we don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly don't know that. I've heard some more. It's evolving. Most recently, it's apparently having significant issues in the behavioral medicine side of things after you've had it. But that's just come out. I don't think the science is solid on that right now, and so.
Yeah, it's varying from the people
Yeah.
that I've talked to that post. Once they get better, then they have other conditions that show up as a result of having been sick with it.
Right, and I don't think any of us are going to know the answer to that until they actually observe it and work your way through it, because it's new to us.
Sure.
So don't know.
Yeah.
We're having people come back to work though, and we're following the typical. You test them for healthcare workers. We test them on the 5th day, and then we test them on the 15th day, and you have to have a negative to be able to come back to work. And we are having that happen. And we've not seen any evidence of any care with the few people we've had, but it might be too early to tell on that. You can't really know until time elapses and you see what happens.
Jim, how do you make the determination if somebody comes in and they have a real weak heart and have had horrible heart issues or COPD or something? They come in and they have coronavirus on top of it. Why is it so quick? Why is the medical field so quick to say it's coronavirus instead of this person having COPD, double lung cancer, heart issues? You see, y'all sensationalize it to the point where it scares the heck out of everybody, because we have an unhealthy populace, we know that, and we want to protect and care for all lives, but the fact of the matter is we're all on our way out, we're all going to die, and so if somebody has a bad heart condition and they go to the hospital and they catch coronavirus and then they die, then it's the sky is falling, it's the coronavirus, not another one. It's not the fact that the person's heart only had a few more days left in it, That's the tough part when dealing with this in general, because I feel like it's been sensationalized. I feel like it's been politicized, and the left has used the medical field along with the media to blow this all out of the water, where everybody's scared to death they're going to die now. Whenever I haven't seen it. I know thousands of people, and I don't know one person personally that has come down with the coronavirus.
Then you're
Not to
lucky.
say that there might not have been some friends that had it that, you know, got mild symptoms like you just mentioned, like so many do, but I'm more concerned about the sensationalizing it, to putting people in fear, the making people where they can't leave their homes. You've got addiction, you've got depression, you've got suicide, you've got schools that are shut down, you've got athletics that are shut down, and you have a medical field and a media and a liberal politicized agenda that's sensationalizing all this, where we're scared to leave the house. And it's not fair. It's not fair to the people, you know, in my opinion.
Well, fortunately, I just worry about dealing with what's presenting. I can't get into those kind of things
Sure.
because that's not my job.
I
My
hear
job
you.
is to take care of the situation.
Yes, sir.
I do have concerns, though, that people aren't coming to the emergency room because they're afraid. We
Yeah.
did split the emergency room process up into two. We call it split flow, where if you're a COVID rule out, you go to one side of the emergency room, you don't interact with the other patients. But if you think about it, our emergency room visits are down by 25%. We have patients coming too late to help them. So back again to, let's still understand, if there's nothing else I convey today, is that you got to go to your hospital if you got worries, and we're going to take care of you, and we got you in as good as we can in different flows to mitigate that problem. And don't be afraid of that, because the other consequences are something that could have been fixed that's too late because of delaying. So if I could just walk
Yeah,
through
I'm
this rest
sorry.
of this real quick,
Sure.
because I think it's important you all know. You know, PPE is a big deal, personal protective equipment. In the beginning, it was like you couldn't trust anybody on getting supplies and think routinely and all that. We're solid on that now, and we feel good that our staff's going to have the right equipment. Testing, you know, the gold standard for testing for COVID, and there's a lot of tests out there, is the PCR testing. And we do it two ways. And in the beginning, our hospital was the first hospital to get the SEPA to be able to do a rapid test of a patient within an hour, just because we had the equipment and most people didn't, and that was just lucky. But in the beginning, we were getting 2,400 kits a month, went down to 50, and now we're at 600. And so we're okay with that, but we have to restrict who we use the rapid test to admissions to the hospital, because we simply don't have enough in emergency surgeries, that kind of thing. So we've done 13,000 tests, and 10% of those were the rapid tests that are unique to the hospital, and the remaining we send out to LabCorp, a reference lab here in, well, actually in Arizona and in the East Coast. And we typically get those results back in 3 to 4 days, and that's the bulk of it. The state has been overrun with the state lab and the tests, because everybody's asking for tests now. And and we're requiring testing to have procedures done. So we need them timed right so that we protect the staff working on the patients. So that's working okay for us. In the ambulatory clinics, you know, everybody that approaches us is screened to include in the clinics. We were working on adding virtual telemedicine, you know, which we think in the long run is going to be helpful. Like if you live in Mayhill and you need to have a follow-up, do you really need to come all the way down, or can we do it virtually? And that's the reason we were starting it. So we're still in the very early phases of that, but we think overall it's going to be a new place for us. So the hospital itself, we're averaging 50 inpatients a day, 9 of which are COVID right now, since the 23rd of October. We're full up in ambulatory surgery and the hospital operating rooms. We're really busy because we were closed for 2 months, which was catastrophic. And so, but we're kind of catching up with that. But if it continues the way it's going, I may have to take nurses out of those areas to staff the inpatient side of the house, and that's something we don't want to do because people still need things done, but we may have to if it gets out of hand. And we're planning for that with the hopes that, you got to have a plan. You just hope you never execute it. And then the ED itself, there's always some questions about that. We average about 65 patients a day. We used to average about 85 a day. We're having 12 rule-outs, so that's people that feel like they have symptoms and they come up. And of those 12, 1 or 2 are being admitted because they have, you were mentioning about when we look at a patient, any patient admitted to the hospital has a test, number one. They may not have been admitted for COVID, but they might test positive. If they do test positive, then that's not their primary admitting diagnosis. It's what we call a comorbidity that gets listed. It's there. It's just like if you tested positive for something else, we got to list it and track it. So that's how we work with that. And then we transfer about 6, because there's some concerns, are we going to shut down and are we going to not take patients? So in our system in southern New Mexico, we work with 2 hub hospitals out of Las Cruces, Memorial and Mountain View. I talk to them every Thursday morning about what's going on, what's your census like. In the beginning, we transferred more readily to them. Now we don't, because everybody's busy and they're pretty full. We still can transfer to them, but we have that conversation. We literally talk to them on the phone, where's the best place to manage this patient? And then we make the best decision in the interest of the patient, and they're still taking them, but they're pretty tight. And so it's not, that patient might sit in our emergency room 4 or 5 hours before we get a disposition just because of trying to figure out the best place to manage them. Vaccination program, I know that's an interesting topic. We're signing up to be a distribution point for that. We need to work with the county on that. Who the heck knows how that's going to play out. The requirements on storage are kind of interesting with the super sub-zero freezer you have to have for, like below 80 degrees Celsius.
That's a little ridiculous.
Well, the vaccine's frozen, and they have to maintain it that way, and then when you take it out, you got X amount of time to thaw it, and then hours to get it, the shot given. That's the Pfizer one. But the others are a little different requirement too. Very little information on it, so we're hoping that picks up here in the next month, and they're projecting December, January, a potential, and then they'll go through, similar like we do with the flu shot, we prioritize and we work through it, and we got to have those plans. So those discussions are ongoing, and we just all need to be talking to make sure we do it as effectively as we can, and the hospital's willing to do its part.
And I guarantee before you give one shot of that vaccine, you better make sure that it's not going to cripple anybody or harm anybody like Bill Gates did over in India whenever he introduced a new vaccine over there. I think it's all a sham myself, and I'm the last one that's going to get this vaccine, but again, that's my opinion.
Well, it's an individual decision, and
Sure.
There'll be some folks that will not, they don't want to be the first in line, because who the heck knows downstream what the effects are going to be.
Sure.
But there's still a lot of scientists working this, and there's always a risk and a reward. There always is in anything you do like this. So that's what I have for you, and I'm open to any kind of questions you might want to ask me.
Jim, I have a couple for you. Number one, thank you for coming today. I got a notice, I give blood and they give me notifications when they're coming. And they were saying that they have a COVID testing whenever you do your blood draw. Can this be tested now through blood?
Yeah, you can, there's an antibody you can test for through the blood, through serology. You can do that, but they do not recommend that as a clinical guide because it kind of reports things differently. We have that capability and have had it for a while, and we use it for surveillance more than anything else. But PCR, so far, the best way is the swab, which is scratching the back of your brain, which is always difficult. And then there's some saliva, but antigens, but when you look at specificity and accuracy, the PCR is still the way to go at this point.
Okay, because I was told that you could do it now through a swab in your mouth of some sort, and then go through the nose, so I was just, looked like they have some.
Yeah, I'm not sure, in my opinion, those are not as, why would I do something, and it's painful, no doubt about it, but if it's the best, then why would you go for less specificity at this point? Yeah, they're still working on it. I mean, really, and there's a lot of different things out there, but right now, our preferred method is the swab.
Okay, I know somebody that went and got tested, just last week. They went over to the Civic Center, and they did the test themselves. Is that instead of a nurse?
That is not a good idea.
But that's how they're doing it over there.
Well, that's not in my control. That was the that surge effort they put in. I heard that. There is a technique to this, and if you don't do it properly, then you're going to have, you always have a risk that you didn't quite get the full sample and all that. You got to know, have an individual do it. I know I'm going to stop the second I start feeling pain. So who's going to want to self-inflict that? I think that if they did that, that was not a good idea, in my opinion.
I just know that that's what they're saying, and I was like, really?
Yeah. So that was part of that surge capability, but if they're doing that, the legitimacy of the reports they're going to get are not going to be, to me, as confident in the numbers.
And I got one other question, and this is just a simple procedure at the hospital. Say you have to go and get some x-rays, or you go do blood work, or is it the same as it used to be, or will you be tested now when you go in to?
Good question. That is changing almost every week. We got overrun with people wanting asymptomatic COVID tests, where we were averaging 50 a day. We were having 150. Well, it's not that the tests are the problem, but I had too many people sitting in the waiting area, and we don't know if they have COVID or not, right? They're asymptomatic, but that doesn't mean they don't have it. So we've gone to an appointment basis only to get a COVID test. So when you come to the hospital today, and this changed on Monday, you will be interviewed now with more intensely with, and one of the questions we have been asking is, do you have COVID? We haven't been asking that question. So we're asking that question, and if they do, then, and they need treatment, I mean, people still need treatment, then we put them in a area that's bigger, in the gift shop. We just close that down, and we'll just put 3 or 4, or they'll sit in your car until we can come get you and escort you to X-ray or lab or wherever. So that just started this week. We are looking at doing another, we had a satellite outpatient thing we stopped because the numbers were at the time so low and we were running short of staff. We're looking at redoing that, but I'm still struggling with phlebotomy and having enough staff to do that. So we're still just trying to figure out how can we make it easier for people to get it and not have, basically in your car kind of thing. And we're working through the details on that today, actually, to figure out if we can open up another option so people, because everybody's going to feel much better, because what's happening is I'm having whole families come in now, and you get everybody's scared to death, right? I mean, so and one is positive. Well, then they want to test everybody, and they just walk in. And so, well, we only have 2 phlebotomists, and we typically do 300 to 400 a day. Well, now if it's going up, because they do other lab tests and things like that. So we just got to manage it better, and hopefully patients will be patient with us as we do that.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I hope this is relevant. In Midland, where I live, TV news comes on every evening with graphs that show the number of positive COVID, but nobody's ever talked about the number of tests compared to the previous peak that we saw. Earlier, you alluded to the fact that you're seeing 4 times more, I believe it's 4 times more positive tests than previously, and I'm wondering how that tracks with hospitalizations and with death.
Yeah, that was going to be my question as far as the positivity rate amongst those tested, because we talk about more and more positive cases, but we know that the testing is going through the roof too. We're testing more people, so What's the positive, are you looking at any of that data as far as the positivity rate amongst those tested, comparing it from the beginning of this to where we're at now to see if there really is an increase in spread or if it's all just fabricated by fake news?
I just deal with the reality of what presents to the hospital. So on this sheet I handed out, what you heard me say was we were at one point when we first started, we're averaging over 100 positives a month, right? Particularly not in March and April, but during the summer. Well, now that's over a week.
Right.
Well, common sense would tell you that if you have more positives, you're going to have, if it's you average let's say a 10% admission rate. Well, if you have more positives, you're going to have more admissions.
That's my question. Do the hospital admission rates actually track positives or not? In other words, we don't know how many people were being tested during the previous peak, or I don't know. Are we seeing, is that tracking the number of tests, tracking the hospitalizations? And I know that we're doing a better job of keeping people alive that have it now.
Yeah, everything's better.
But are we seeing as many hospitalizations per the number of positives?
Right, and I'm not an epidemiologist, so I can just tell you what my common sense says, that we're seeing more admissions because we're having more positives. Well, you figure I had 8 in 7 months, and I'm averaging 1 to 2 a day now since October.
Did you have a peak in like July or August? We did in West Texas area where I was.
Yeah, we really didn't see the surge or whatever you want to call it until October at the hospital. And I think that's pretty close to the county too.
You're saying they are tracking these positive tests, more or less.
Well, I'm just saying I know we have more positives and I have more admissions. I mean, that's,
But you don't know.
but I can't. There's epidemiologists that talk to that. There's some people that think if you test more, you're going to have more positives because you tested more people. For us, I'm in the service delivery business, and the reality is we just have to be, our concern is making sure we have the people and resources and anticipate what's going on. And right now, we're thinking we're still in this for a couple more weeks with increasing admissions. But part of it too, if you look in the county, we only do, the hospital, we did 13,000, but that's about 60% of all the tests done. They're done all over the place. So I don't have that visibility of who those people are or, where that state has that, but I do know.
You are seeing 4 times more admissions than you were previously?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, it's a fairly low number, really. I mean, we're averaging 1 to 2 a day, right? Versus we were averaging 1 to 2 a month. So it has increased. We don't know if that's going to go to 2 to 3. And see, part of the issue in a hospital, the average length of stay of a patient in a hospital is what? 3 days. With the COVID patients, it's 10 to 15 days. So as those admissions increase, you can get full in a hurry. And that's the thing they're looking at, taking care at home, trying to do it outside, and we're looking at that to try to see if there's a better way to manage the less sick patients and all that. That's what we're into right now. But I do think there's some correlation there, but is it, would I bet my bottom dollar? No, I wouldn't.
Well, I appreciate your information.
Yeah.
Jim, if I go up there and get a coronavirus test, I don't have to, there's no charge to the person walking into the hospital to get the test, correct?
Well, that's not exactly true.
But I went up there.
You don't get a copay.
Well, I went up there a while back, it was earlier in the summer whenever I got a test and I didn't have to pay anything for it.
You don't, but it goes to your insurance.
So who's the one, who's making all the money off of all the tests? Who do you guys pay? Who is the one processing all the tests? And, do you know, or do you?
Oh yeah, I mean we get billed for it.
And how much is each test?
They've changed our test now. I don't know what the charge is because that's.
You don't know what the monetary amount is for the
I know what we
coronavirus
have
test?
to pay. I don't know exactly because it varies according to health plan and things like that. But What we pay for it is $68 for each piece. And so if it's an uninsured person, then we just eat it. If it's somebody that has health insurance, they don't. When the governor says free, what they mean is you're not paying out of pocket for it, and that
Yeah.
your health plan should cover it. It's not free.
No, somebody's paying for it, and somebody's making money on it all too, you know, I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where we're at with that.
Do you, with the conversation you had with the gentleman behind you, with the numbers being increased, you hear, for example, El Paso is, and I don't, you probably can't ask where, well, I guess you do ask where you're from and stuff to get there. Are they coming from out of Alamogordo to our hospital
No.
here?
No.
No, they're not? Okay, good.
You know, now you're still going to have people come. I see Texas plates up in Cloud Croft and from Lubbock and Rio Doso, and they're visiting, they're doing stuff there, but so far we're not seeing that. And I don't think they're seeing it in Las Cruces. I know that El Paso is a mess. They've taken the old Army hospital there. You know, they just built a new hospital there, $1 billion hospital. And they took the old hospital and it's converted 3 floors to COVID. That's what I heard this morning. And they're full. And so El Paso's in a pickle right now. And they're trying to work through it. But at least they're using resources smartly on trying to deal with that. And that's just for the military.
I was just wondering if they were, because I had heard that El Paso was so full and backed up, if they weren't trying to slip up here.
I'm not seeing that.
Good. I have received some letters that somebody is sitting down on the highway counting Texas tax coming across, and it's an ungodly amount. I don't know how they could take that many tax, but, and then they're telling me that 1 out of every 30 people in El Paso is gonna have it. El Paso's got a large number of people down there, so it's,
That's a lot of people.
yeah. So I was just curious to see if any of that was really rolling over this way.
We haven't seen that yet, and I would know that if that was happening, you know, because it would overwhelm us if it was going to happen like that. I heard we've had one person reach out to us to want to put on her Facebook the status of the hospital and beds and all that.
Rachel
kind of
Morris?
I'm not sure. But
Yeah, they've been getting to
that's
you
a
too.
bad idea, and the reason it is, I don't want people thinking, you're going to get cared for if you come to the hospital. But if you think I'm not going to go, and you're going to go drive to, because I have 2 beds, because there's literally it changes within 15 minutes, and then you drive on down to Cruces that's full, what have you done? We want people coming to the hospital unfettered, just we're going to take care of you, we're going to assess you, and then get you to the right level of care. I don't want any reason for them thinking that I'm not going to go there because I'm not going to be able to get in, so I might as well just go and drive an hour and a half. Bad idea. And so if you all can help me with that, we report to the state every morning. I mean, we got more reports than you can shake a stick at on how many beds we have and that kind of stuff. But it literally changes the second I take the pen off the paper because of I discharge to, you know, we talk to the other hospitals, hold this patient, see if you can manage it, we'll wait for a discharge later in the day. Those are all things we're doing, and it just wouldn't be accurate. And then people would be making bad decisions when, you know, and, you know, I'm a retired Army guy, and we always talked about the golden hour. The number 1 criteria in healthcare is to get evaluated quickly. And we don't want anything to take that off people's minds, because RED, it has its moments, but one thing I do know, they do a great job evaluating and stabilizing people. And I don't want to ever see where people make a bad decision to go somewhere else because they thought we were too busy.
See, I've had a constituent that's contacted me numerous times wanting to know the bed counts at Gerald Champion. And I don't know I don't know if that's something that I should really be advocating to get all of the information in regards to this, or if we have the public that come to us that want information that pertains to Gerald Champion, if we're just supposed to go talk to Gerald Champion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe Michael, maybe you can let me know. I mean, I don't know where my level of representation, what I need to do. I guess I'm looking for counsel.
Well, I was, one thing on that, Coy, and of course I'm not an attorney, but by the time you get a little bit of information, it's the same thing as Jim just said. By the time you get it and you get back to whoever asked you if it's a day or two.
I know.
Old news.
Yeah.
And I invited that person to come to the meeting today to discuss this, but yeah, it's usually just through the internet, and what the real motive is behind it is always the question.
I mean,
too.
I get it. I mean, everybody's anxious and they kind of want to know what's going on, but you have to look at it through other perspectives, right? And the last thing we want to do is create an environment where people have high anxiety for no reason, when just come to the emergency room and we'll walk your way through it.
Yeah.
Because we work with the EMS. I mean, we got lots of different people we work with on managing patients, and any one of those can influence us on how we actually have a disposition.
Anybody else have a question real quick? This would be the ideal time. I know Jim is very busy and he needs to get back, but nobody else have any questions?
Well, I just say one more thing. Think kindly of my staff. I got some staff that are doing Herculean things there. I got nurses nurses are the backbone of the hospital, and it's difficult. Because what happens with these patients, the acuity goes up. And so it's, typically our nurse staff ratio is 5-6 to 1, depending on the level of the patient. Now you're talking 3 to 1, 3 patients to 1. And those are patients you're constantly having to take care of them and deal with it, and it's difficult. So we got great staff here. It's one of the things I love about being here. We got good people in our county.
That's a fact.
That's it, Jim. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
coming
Jim.
on short notice, but
Yeah.
do
Appreciate
any
it.
Thank
information
you.
can
You got to
give
know
us.
what's going on with your hospital.
Thank you
You
so
guys
much.
let me know anytime. You guys want these others?
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
All right, item 14 on the schedule of citizen communication would be Mr. Massey.
Good morning.
Sort of.
Can I take off?
Yeah.
Jim seems like a good guy, and for a community like this, a good hospital, I think, is more important even than most, because for economic development out here, environment and recreation is about all you got.
Yeah.
And he seems like a good guy for handling the hospital. I guess he's the administrator.
CEO.
Okay. I would like to ask Mr. Porter to come up here if possible and give us, I understand that you've been out to Cimarron, looked at the runway, and that maybe you've got some numbers worked up.
Yeah, and as I spoke with you the other day, Tom Porter, Otero County Road Department. I spoke with you the other day, rough number, depending on the price aggregate and oil to all changes, we're looking at about $75,000 for what you're requesting.
Okay. Can you tell us what the condition of that runway is right now?
It's loose gravel. It's the chip seal that we did 2 years ago, with no traffic on that runway, as you and I have discussed, and I showed Commissioner Matherly the other day. With no traffic on that runway, you're not going to keep the compaction on that aggregate. The oil washes out.
Would you mind, just for the sake of those who haven't been in these conversations, just kind of explaining how that works? You put the chip seal down.
Okay.
Why it's deteriorated now to just gravel?
Well, it hasn't deteriorated completely to just gravel, but the upper level of gravel, the oils get washed out of it, and it leaves that loose rock on top. Unlike a chip seal road that has continual traffic on it to keep the rock compressed into the oils, you can go out and look at the ones we've done in the last couple of years, Riata, Otero, all those, the rock is in there tight. There's nothing running on that runway to keep that rock compacted into that oil.
Did the folks that were taking care of the airport out there indicate to you when you did that work that they were gonna handle that a little different from?
We were under the impression as a group that they were going to get themselves a pull-behind pneumatic roller to keep that rolled.
And did that happen?
No.
Okay. Well, that's about it. It's about what I anticipated, $75,000. The condition of the runway right now is gravel surface.
Now, the other issue I have is, you know, if you're looking at this next year coming up, I've already got the state funding for the project I've got. There's no way the county road shop could do it this next year.
Sir, let's go ahead and finish the deal, and then we'll get you, bring you up, and we'll talk to you about everything.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, sir, do you have a question for Mr. Porter?
Yes, I do. I
Okay.
understand that Pembroke has, Ontario County has an old roller up at Pembroke. Is that not right?
No. We have no equipment up until.
Okay, it belongs to, it's a big,
I'm not sure who owns that road.
Any other questions for Mr. Porter before he steps down?
Well, Tom, on that, I'm sorry, on that airport, the way it sits right now with the material that's there, can you, if we needed to do a further compaction, you can go ahead and use that material?
I have no way to reclaim old rock off of roads.
Yeah.
What we'd have to do is we'd have to go broom that off, and at that point it's going to be contaminated, that to the point that it's going to have so much dirt in it that we'd have to go in with fresh rock. We actually spoke about going in and doing what they call a double pin, spray it with oil, hit it with rock, roll it, spray it with oil, hit it with a second lift of rock.
Yeah.
Again, if it's not continuously used or rolled, it's going to go, within 2 years, we'll be right back into the same.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. How are you doing?
Good, you.
Thank you.
I'm going to cover something now that I'm going to cover something now that y'all need that back. Pamela doesn't know about this. Sylvia and Michael don't know about this. I haven't said anything about this. Just to kind of review what's happened so far with my interest in Tiburon. I bought the piece of property on the east end of the airstrip for one reason mainly only. I didn't buy it because I thought it was a good monetary investment. I bought it because I wanted to protect the approach to that runway from trees and obstacles being erected on private property that's off the end of the runway. So I bought that property that's off the end of the runway, and as you all remember from our previous meetings and the things that I've already gotten accomplished, I've accomplished through my own expense protecting that area for 210 feet wide off the east end of that runway. From anything over 8 feet tall being grown or built on that property. So you all remember that from our previous things that we did, right?
Sure.
I told Pamela and Sylvia and Michael in my first meeting with them that I couldn't work with this fellow that calls himself Doc Mirror. And now I'm going to tell you why. I've given you a piece of paper that says, this is an email from, you know, what's your name?
Dr. Sherwood.
Okay. This is from Sherwick to me in March. Your lots are adjacent to the runway, but you're not represented in the co-op as a member. And access to the lots from the runway may be subject to membership, including dues. At this time, there is no restriction on accessing the 2 lots from the runway. 2 lots meaning my 63 acres of land that wrap around the runway out at Tiburon. At this time, there's no restriction on accessing the 2 lots from the runway, and we would like to keep it that way, providing you would be amenable to becoming a paid co-op member, just like lots 1 through 36 on the northeast side. Maintaining the airport is not free, and Paul and I and a few others have put in time and effort to keep it nice. Would like to have you join with us in membership. Dues are $100 a year per lot, payable for the Tiburon Co-op. For 20 years, I've donated money to keep the insurance active on that runway. And I spent $100,000 buying a piece of property just for the purpose of creating a safe way to keep that pathway from 500 feet above the runway clear from obstacles for the safety of aircraft to keep the viability of that airport. And this man is threatening to control my use of the airport if I don't. It looks like extortion to me if I don't pay a $100 membership fee. And the implication is that all those 36 lots, half-acre lots on the other side of the runway, those people are all members. They're not, and they never have been. And I have as much right to that runway as anybody else does. And you as a representative of the county are going to get sued if you ever threaten me like that again. Now, when I first met with you guys, I made it clear that I didn't want to work through them to get my stuff done around the airport. Now you know why. And I'd like to ask any of you, Lori, if you bought property along that runway and you got a threat like this, what would you make of it?
I'd probably feel the same way that you feel right now.
Yeah. You're lucky that your head looks the same now as it did when you wrote that letter.
You can't do that on the record.
Well, I was upset and I'm still upset. So, in the last 3 years, not one safety improvement has been made out there at the airport. The only reason I'm here right now is because we're all here on this earth for a short time. And yes, I'm upset, but I wasn't so upset that I wanted to blow up everything else that I'm trying to do. So I didn't even mention this earlier because it's serious. Michael, do you think this is serious? I don't want to put you on the spot, but
if there's safety issues, I think we should look at them.
well, no, I mean not the safety issues, but as a representative of the county making a kind of a threat like that. And then 2 months later, I get a letter from Paul telling me that anything I want to do to my property needs to be submitted to the airport co-op for their review, and that they will forward it to the county with their recommendations. So on a basis where you've spent all this money to make improvements to an airport just for the good of the community, and then you get threats like this. I got a copy of a couple of emails, the one that Paul, and he actually sent it to you guys. He sent it to the county and didn't even send it to me. I got it like 4 or 5 days later. But it just so happened that I came in and visited with them, and I knew that he had sent it. So anyway, if you're an investor, and I'm not just out here because I'm an investor. I'm not trying to build a city of gold up there. It'll never be a big deal. What I'm trying to do is plant a garden, just a little vegetable garden. Because I was a little boy living here, and this area means something to me. So, you know, you try to you get to a position, do a lot of hard work to do some good, and then you end up fighting a lot of battles that seem so unnecessary. Why? You know, why would you want to stop somebody from improving that airport? You know, I've never understood that. The things you guys want to do up there never have made sense to me. Now, I've read your 4-year projection plan, And I want to say right now, I found one thing on there that I agreed with 100%. So I knew if we communicated long enough that would finally happen. It did happen. And, you know, young people, they go to high school, they grow up, and they're either going to stay in this community or go off to college and come back. If they can't make a living here, they're not going to stay. Is it not, we live in a society where everybody's putting Band-Aids on skin cancer. Let's be honest. That was a beautiful mountain, and now it's being turned into a dump ground. That's what's happening. Nothing is being done to make a young person grow up in this community and want to stay here after they grow up. Nothing. So, it's okay to spend $50,000 here and $100,000 there to build a bridge or build a road that only benefits a handful of people and has no economic value whatsoever. So what I'm here today for is to try to intervene in a situation that if nobody, 30 years from now, Lori was trying to do the right thing, and they went along with her when it came to putting that $40,000 or so, $35,000, $40,000 2 years ago, the cost of doing what you did up there.
It was right at 45.
Yeah, she trusted you. You wasted the county's money. That's the bottom line. You owe them an apology. You really owe me an apology. And now you've got a 4-year projection. You guys built a shack for a tractor over the last 3 years. That's what you've done up there. It's not safe. It's a liability hazard. You got people on the edges of the runway, and you got people walking out and driving out across the runway at any time. It's not safe. And the runway surface is not usable. There's no place to safely tie down an airplane. Your priorities, I've never, in having meetings and discussions with you guys, nothing that you wanted to do made sense to me. You first have to have a runway that somebody in a $300,000 or $400,000 airplane will want to land on. And then you've got to have a place to tie it down so a gust of wind won't damage it. And then you've got, and you mentioned ground transportation in your proposal, and I think that's fantastic.
Mr. Massey, one thing.
Yes.
You're here to have a discussion with the 3 commissioners.
Right.
I don't want any accusations made to anybody in the audience. Keep it with us. Don't get out of line, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, my position is this. We have a community that's in decay. It is so bad up in, it's so bad in Tiburon that people here in Allen, Florida are actually making jokes about how bad Tiburon is. That's how bad it is. It's becoming a dump ground, and we need an intervention up there. We need, if there is a usable runway up there, I don't know how many people will use it. I know that some people will use it, and I know that it will result in some new construction and some jobs up there.
Mr. Massey, let me say a couple things to what you just said. I was up there last week. Yes, there's trash. I can take you to Tularosa. There's trash.
Oh, yeah.
I can take you to Chaparral.
Riddles.
There's trash. I can take you to Dog Canyon. So you can't really pick them out because this is a county-wide problem.
It is.
And we're trying to get a program together, trying to stop that. Will we ever? Probably not. Because that's just the way that these people around here are going to do. The other thing that I wanted to say on this, correct me if I'm wrong, this airport is a private airport, correct?
Well, it's registered.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm Dr. Sherwick. I'm the president of the Tiburon Co-op. The airport is publicly owned. It's currently private use permission required prior to landing. This is an unusual situation, and I'll cover that a little later. But it's publicly owned. From an aeronautical perspective, it's private use, which means they must contact one of us prior to landing.
Okay. So has this airport ever went through any kind of FFA, that's right, inspections?
If you'll wait a little bit, I'll cover all that. I have all that information for you.
Because right now, I mean, I'm not a pilot, but I know that if I'm gonna land in those mountains or if I'm gonna land on the flat land down here is totally two different beasts.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Matthew, I admire him for trying to bring people and trying to upgrade, but he's bringing people from flat land, trying to land into a very dangerous airport.
I'll cover all that in later.
If I may, what I think I'm seeing here is I see the private sector clashing with government, because more of Mike's approach is more of a sensible approach. You know, you get the runway in shape first. The first thing you do is got to get it to where you can land a plane there. Then you got to get tie downs there. And what's going on up there right now is just exactly what it sounds like Mike just said. It's been a bunch of money wasted on something that's not, it's not even functional right now. We spend $45,000 on it, what, Tom, 2 years ago? And we can't even land an airplane on it right now? That's a complete and total waste, I think, y'all.
I'll cover that, Commissioner. I'll cover that.
But if I may too, just to quickly follow up, what Mike's trying to do up there is something that you don't see a whole lot in New Mexico. Unfortunately, he is trying to clean it up, and he is trying to bring an asset. And, you know, is his choice of words right, and would it offend some of the people up there and you know, up there in Tiburon if he says, you know, it's below par? Yeah, I'm sure it will, but we've got to start somewhere. You know, I'm ready to see progress. I'm ready to see New Mexico take a change. I'm ready to see it quit just being the way it seems like we always are at the very bottom of the. So I mean, I support the idea of an airport and an investment to make sure it's functional at least.
Let me add to that, Corey. When I went up there, have you been up there?
Yeah, I've been up there, but I haven't been up there lately. I haven't been up and looked at the airport lately.
If you go up and do it into what he's trying to do is get these lots, people to build lots.
Yeah.
On Merlin, if you go down, and I don't know what side, it's the opposite side of yours, whatever side that is.
Yeah, kind of the north side,
Okay.
more or less.
Those lots are so small, and with the restrictions they have, setbacks from them deals, and you want to build a house big enough to put these on there, and then Merlin is 30, 40 feet up in the air where you try, how are you gonna get a road to come down to them houses? There are a few lots that are buildable, and they're built on.
Yeah.
The other ones, I would not invest one dime in them lots.
Mhm.
I'm looking at it from a contractor aspect,
Sure.
coming up and wanting to do, and I'm all about infrastructure, if we can get them to build. The other thing on those lots, a lot of them are so small, you have to go with that circulation septic, which is 10 times the cost of what that lot costs.
Yep.
So people are not gonna do that. The other deal Wednesday when Tom and I were up there was exactly what Mr. Massey said. There's people driving down, we drove up. Here comes a pickup driving down the side of the airport. Okay, and then so we're looking at the lot, we're standing there, here comes a UTV. They weren't on there, but they were right off the side of it, driving down. There's weeds, flowers, everything else going through that. As to say that Tom did not do that correctly, if that airport was followed up and with the compactor and then used, that's the key word, used. You could have the best highway spec asphalt out here, and if you don't use it for 2 years, what's it gonna do? It's gonna fall apart. So to say that we totally wasted money, we put the money out there and the public did not use it.
Well,
So how are you going to put more money out there? This is what he's proposing, and the public doesn't use it. Now, let me give you another example on this, on Tiburon. Tiburon, 15 years ago, used to be, maybe a little longer than that, used to be a nasty, dirty, ruddy, 2-track road to get there. So they built this big, beautiful highway. Hadn't done anything. Tiburon hadn't done anything back then. It hadn't brought any more in. So it's very hard to, and I understand today is a no decision day, it's a strictly discussion, but it's very hard, and I'm looking at it for 2 different ways. We've got an airport. I feel you're going to bring these people like he's wanting to bring his friends in from Midland. Hopefully he doesn't crash and kill them. And we're not getting the traffic to come to Tiburon. You go drive around up there and look at it, and it's, I hate to say it, but it's a little depressing. Yeah. But I can drive you through Tularosa, I can drive you through La Luz, and I can drive you through Chaparral, and we're seeing the same thing. So, I mean, I admire you for the effort and the energy you're doing, but
Everybody you talk to out here, they know there's a problem, but they'll come up with 3 or 4 reasons right after they tell you how serious they think the problem is, why there's nothing to do to fix it. We need, it's different when you have a piece of property out in the country, some acreage, and you do whatever you want to do with that piece of property. But when you have an area, and the only government in the area is the county, but that area has got subdivided lots, those half-acre lots were put in before the septic tank regulations were changed, obviously. And there are about 8 of those lots that have a real problem with access from Merlin on the backside. But everybody that bought those lots knew when they bought them. I used to own 10 lots on that side over there. And everybody knew that they couldn't drive across the runway to get to their lots. And they knew they couldn't cross other people's property to get to their lots. Those properties are half-acre properties, and they go all the way to the edge of the runway. And when they bought those lots, they knew that they need to create a way to get from Merlin to their lot. They couldn't cross the runway or drive across other people's property to do it. It's that simple. They're going to tell you that they land airplanes up there all the time. I was up there for 6 days and doing some fence work, and I saw one airplane land and take off. And talking to the people that live around the airport there's less. Some weeks there's no activity at all. Some weeks there might be 2 takeoffs and landings. But there's a lot of airplanes that would land on that airport, particularly tail dragger style bush planes. But transportation airplanes, expensive transportation airplanes do not land there because there's a pretty good chance you can damage the prop. You got people up around the runway and on the runway. And there's no way to tie down your airplane once you get there. I've gone over this many times. You've all heard it several times. We don't really know how good that airport will do. As a non-pilot, I totally understand what you said about, flatlanders coming up to the mountains. When I learned to fly in 1985, I used to go shoot. As soon as they told me that Ruidoso was one of the most dangerous airports in the country, I used to go shoot touch and go up there. It was dangerous. It was windy or the weather changed. If you use some prudence and some common sense, it wasn't any more dangerous than another airport, but it is different. It is in the mountains. And since then, I've landed at 100 different places in Colorado, all the way from Leadville, which is the highest airport in the United States, to the recreational residential airports in Florida. I have a lot of experience in the mountains and in the flatland, but if you've got an expensive transportation airplane, the way that is right now, it's not going to be used. And so, we're only going to be here on the earth for a short time. Do we want to look back if we're still alive 30 years from now, that person that's born today that's now 30 years old that's leaving this area because there's no future for them here at all? Or do we, nobody's going to come save this area. There's no rich person that's going to come in and make a big change or create an opportunity for this area. We can't continue to allow that to be turned into a dump ground and a junkyard. And our only hope for economic development is to bring people in from the oil industry east of there. And there's a way to do that. It is an opportunity. If only one house a year gets built up there over the next 5 years as a result of that, it makes economic sense to do it. It's going to create jobs. We create jobs one at a time, and we lose young people one at a time. So, have you guys read my proposal? Have you gone through it?
I looked at a bunch of them. We went through it the other day.
Basically, what I'm proposing to do is, one of the biggest problems for that airport is we've got to have some funding for that airport. You own the airport, you've got the liability for the airport, but we get no economic benefits from the airport. You're going to have to create some funding for that airport. one lawsuit or one problem up there would make everything that we've talked about so far seem so tiny by comparison. So what I'm asking the commissioners to do is to spend a little money on that airport. I've said that I will buy a motorized pneumatic compactor and pay for the labor or do it myself to compact the daylights out of that stuff during the warm weather months for the first 2 summers. And I want to limit my involvement up there, my personal time involvement up there, initially for 2 years, partly for some personal reasons and partly because I want to see how it goes. But I'm offering to make contributions to this that are well beyond, I think, probably anything you guys have seen before. And probably, it doesn't make economic sense. My friends, I've got several friends that have made money in real estate. They don't see it. They think I'm crazy for doing what I'm trying to do up here. And maybe I am. And maybe it won't work. But
Well, all my position, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a functioning great airport up there, you know. I think it'd be great for the area, and I think it'd be a sign of progress, but I know that there's lots of different things to consider as well.
Well, what I would ask you to do is to, every time, I know that people are always coming to you for money, just ask yourself, will this create 1 job over time? Will it create 2 or 3 jobs? Will it up the property values and increase the revenue? Will it make this place more attractive for a young person to stay or an older person to spend some of their retirement years here? The only hope we got up there is to bring money in from the outside. And, you know, you've got neck cookers going on up there right now because of the cheap property turned into a dump ground. We can't continue that same trajectory. We've got to get some quality construction and some quality folks living up there that will fight against that. There are good people up there that would fight against it right now. There are quite a few. The Clarks that I just traded property with and made this thing happen on the east end of the Runway are really good people. They built maybe the nicest house up there. You can bet your bottom dollar they're very concerned about the place turning into a dump ground. And people that come in to invest their money or whatever, you're a builder, you know this. You know, at some point, when we're older, if we're lucky enough to be much older, at some point we're going to have to reflect on what we did in our life. You guys are not happy with the way things are going right now. If you don't do it, who's going to do it? You know.
And I understand where you're going with that, and it's got a good perspective, but if we did a survey, because what you want to do, you're going to build these nicer places. Well, it's going to increase the property values, which is going to increase the property taxes. So all these other people that own property up there, around, anywhere in that area, from the golf course down, from the lodge down, the lodge surrounding area, their property taxes are going to go up. Those people that went up there for one reason, mostly. Most of them went for the $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 lots to live away from anybody. And so once I would love for it for the county. Don't get me wrong, because property taxes go up, that's more money the county's going to make. But then I'm going to have a room full of people from Tiburon that are yelling and cussing at me because we raise their property taxes for nothing that they have any involvement on or they want any involvement with. So Mikey, it's a two-way street for us on this side of the table over here. Yes, we want everything to try to improve and grow. With the lots, again, you go to those lots, the existing lots, not your lots. So hopefully you're going to think how you subdivide your side into appropriate sized lots where you don't have this situation.
Yeah.
But with the restrictions on the setbacks, you're almost going to have to get a single wide standing up on end to get in there. And you're not going to get what kind of a house? And that's no improvement, no property tax
So
improvement.
what's the point you're making though? I mean,
The point I'm
That's a
making is,
separate
if not,
issue, and
10 years from now, those same little people are gonna be the only ones still along that runway. Because of the cost of what they have to do.
Well,
and it's-
those are big enough for hangars, and that's what they were really, I think that was the plan when they were first, when those lots were first set up that way. I don't think that the plan back then was that they would be houses.
And there is 2 or 3 hangars on there. Now, the only airplane I saw was that little yellow thing with the folded up wings.
It's cute.
I gotta speak up.
Including Mr. Massey, if you could please sit out and speak into the microphone. They can't hear on the live stream.
So probably what you need to do, Mike, is sit down and hold the mic or something so everybody else can hear. But it's a tough situation on this side of the table.
I understand, and there's nothing I can do about that. And, you know, every place I've bought property, it's been my job to make that property more valuable than it was when I found it. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to make any money. And there are always some people that are concerned about their property taxes going up. The property taxes here in New Mexico are about half what they are in Texas. So, you know, they're
And that's
relatively
true.
low. But when they get ready to sell their property, they don't want to not be able to sell it or have to give it away. Or if they get old and have to move away or get old and die, they want their relatives to have some value. I mean that argument is like saying, let's not have any progress because our property might be worth more at the end of the day than it is now.
But, and I agree with you. And I've said since I've been in this office, I guarantee you our tax rate has been at one level for 6 years.
Yeah, something like
Okay? The price of that tire for his equipment out there is not the same price it was 6 years ago. Nothing is the price. Concrete from 6 years ago is almost doubled in price. Material, aggregate, everything, oil. But our taxes have not changed and we're trying to keep it, and at some point in time, as much as I hate to say this, it's gotta make an adjustment to the times. Now, and you wanna get into a fight with people, start talking about raising their taxes up.
No,
And their property taxes.
what I want to do is have that airport be usable. That's it.
I understand.
And I'd like to see I'd like to see young people be able to get a job working for Mr. Matherly to build a house or to do something where they can get a decent paycheck. And then you can save some money at the jail, and you can save money in about 40 different other areas where money is currently being wasted. The biggest problem this community has, along with every other community, is lack of economic opportunity. The only hope that Tiburon has that I can see for any economic progress beyond what we've seen so far is if people can use that runway. It's an asset sitting there that's not being utilized.
And I understand, but, and I need to, I guess, really see what the contract is with the county and the people that maintain it. Are they supposed to be promoting it? Are they supposed to be doing the maintenance on it? I mean, if they're in breach of their contract, then I need to have a discussion with this gentleman right here. So that's where we have to watch our lines too, because we do have a contract with these people. We can't overreach. We can't come and just do something with you and then not involve them in this, because now they're gonna come back to us and we're gonna get hit on the other side of this deal.
If some kid gets run over and killed on that runway, you're going to get hit that way.
Well,
And it's not just going to make everything else we've talked about look like nothing.
And I understand.
It's easy to prevent that kind of thing, and nothing's been done to improve safety out there. It's just like it was years ago.
And that is where I need to find out this group that is supposed to be managing it and taking care of it. Okay, is that their neglect? I
Well,
mean, I can't
in their
come down here and
defense,
run up there and observe and keep every kid off that.
in their defense, they're volunteering their time. They're volunteering their labor to mow and to do stuff out there. Everything that they're doing out there is coming from donations of their own friends that they have up there, or time, or whatever. The county owns the airport. The county needs to take some responsibility for that airport and spend a little bit of money on it. I think you'll get a much better return than 98% of the things that the county has to spend money on. it's something that can generate some economic opportunities up there that, you know, it's totally different than maintaining a road or building a bridge or whatever. It's, there is a measurable economic benefit to having that runway be useful. You do have the liability, you own it, you know, spend some money on it.
What I would like to see in this would be some type of a little survey of how many planes land. And what I know where you're going with this, nobody wants to land on there right now. Okay, 2 years ago, right after the chip sale, how many planes landed on that?
Well,
My understanding, the gentleman sitting here that has 2 airplanes was the only, basically about the only 2 that used it.
That's about right.
And now he's moved away?
Mm-hmm.
So that means only 2 used, 2's gone, 0.
Well, here's the thing, Mr. Matherly. If we can get a usable surface on there, what I'm presenting to the county is like the cheapest humanly possible way to get that thing so that it's usable for somebody that's 30 years old, that's got a $300,000 Cirrus airplane and lives in Eunice, New Mexico or Hobbs, New Mexico, can fly in 25 minutes and have a place up there. But if we get the use up, there is a chance we could get some state or federal money allocated and get a decent runway up there. The county would still probably have to pay 10%. Most of those grant deals are 90-10 basis. But we've got to get the usage up for that to happen. And what I'm presenting to you is the cheapest way to get that thing so that it is usable. What I'm saying to you guys is, you know, the county owns the airport. You've got the liability, but you're not getting the benefits. Find a way to create some revenue and you'll get the money back. It doesn't have to grow very much for you to get a good return on your investment. But it's something that Otero County can do to generate some economic development. What else can you do to generate some economic development? We can argue, I've worked with surveys and worked with the bonding and municipalities that ask for surveys. I can get a survey that says anything you want to say. I'm not dishonest. I'm not going to do that, Mr. Matherly. I could come up with what you've asked me for, but it wouldn't be, it'd be constructed. It wouldn't be honest.
Right.
And
I would love to do the input. Believe me, deep down inside, any place in Otero County, if we could make it prosper, I'm all for it. The only problem is, she's not here right now, but our finance director is like, who are you selling back for? We ain't got the money in there. And that's our problem right now.
This next year is going to really be tough too.
Yeah, and to go back to that conversation we had just a minute ago about the tax rate, I mean, if we had the sources that's going on in Carlsbad and Hobbs and those counties over there right now.
I'm trying to create a situation, help you create a situation so you can get some of the revenue that's being generated in the oil industry. That's the only way you're going to do it. And it's a tremendous opportunity. They're 30 minutes away in an airplane.
And I mean, I'm all for, believe me, I'm throwing a lot of cons out there, but I'm having to think of it from both sides.
I understand.
And it's.
Do you have any leads on men or women who actually own planes and are looking at possibly buying a place up there? And
Well,
are there people that you know or that
I know
have contacted
yes. The answer is yes, yes, and yes. 2.5 years ago, when I first met Mr. Cherwick and Paul Rule and sat in on a board meeting where Mr. Rule had a health problem, there were about 17 people there that were interested in that airport. And one of the guys that I met there lives in Roswell. He's an attorney and he's a pilot. And he got elected on the board at large along with me. And when I realized that I had nothing in common with their aspirations or goals for the airport, I resigned, and he resigned after I did. But I had a fellow with me that's a friend of mine who's an architect who lives in Fort Worth, and he's a pilot. And there are a lot of people that are interested in that, but nobody's interested in an airport they can't land or safely tie their airplane down on.
But if we had the confidence and maybe put together a handful of these people that are, say, yeah, if the county will make an investment in the airport, we're gonna make an investment in building a summer home or a second home or whatever their investment would be. And then, at least that way, we wouldn't be going in there going, well, we hope somebody comes, you know? I mean, if we had more of a commitment from other people that would make an investment up there, then maybe it would be easier for us.
I hear you, but I can't get somebody to make a commitment to build a house up there. What I can tell you is that they'll start coming, and if they've got ground transportation, they'll start hunting up there, and they'll want to spend time up there, and you will see traffic. It'll help the hunting guides. It'll help the hotel industry. There is kind of a lodging industry up there in Tiburon. A lot of people that own houses rent those houses out when they're not in town for other people to use, and
they actually have people up there to manage that.
yeah, Chandra and
There's
Kevin.
been concerts up there that we've had.
Right, and
for the artists.
they're concerned about all the things that I've talked to you about today. They're very concerned about, junkyards, dump grounds, and just lack of anything positive happening up there.
And Commissioner Griffin,
Yes.
when I met with Mr. Massey the other day, I asked him that same question. Get me some commitment. Get me something that would say, if you built this airport to this, we would come and use it, and we would possibly build a home up there. Just to come in, and he told me, no, I can't do that.
Well, I'd have to conjure it up, and I don't think that would be, I mean, if that.
You told me, no, you could not do that. You would not do that. I got Steve Boyles over there, we sat there and did it. Because if we had that, then it would be much easier to sit there and scratch around and try to figure out how we can make this deal work. But now, when you can't commit that to me, and this gentleman over here flew his 2 airplanes away, and now there's no airplanes there, that's very hard to bring that to the table, to spend that money when we need it here, or there, or somewhere else. And
That's like saying I never drive the car, but it's up on jacks and there are no tires under it.
well, I'm just trying to get you, if you could get some commitments or people come in and say, we will start using that. That's gonna put a whole different light on this. And if we can get a survey that says, to keep the county out of liability, that this runway is totally safe, it meets all the FFA rules, and there's one other flying deal. And my understanding, there's 2 trees on that runway that are leaning and encroaching the deal that went to a court deal, and the judge ruled that they didn't have to cut the trees down. So,
Well, let me explain that situation. There was a guy named Everett Putney that had the economic development deal in Tiburon for many years, and I used to sit in meetings with him. They had some funding to pave that runway lined up, but the runway at that time, since the developer went bankrupt, was owned by the water department. And Michael can weigh in on this, because I think I got the end of the story kind of from you. I didn't know why things worked out the way they did in that lawsuit. But there's a couple up there and they're real nice people. He's got some real serious health problems, but they came to him and said, you got to cut these trees down. And he dug his heels in and said, no, I'm not. And he hired a lawyer and sued him. And if I understand correctly, that's all I knew before, but I think, is it not correct that the water department didn't have standing?
The issue, it went to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals found that the statute that creates water and sanitation districts, it says what they can do. And running an airport is not one of the things they could do. So therefore they didn't have any authority to tell the people to cut the trees. And so some point after that ruling, I believe they donated the airport to us, because the county can have an airport, but the water and sanitation district
And let me
couldn't.
also say, Ron and Jean Yarger, that's the people that have that piece of property with those trees. I think they would cut the trees down if I went and asked them to do it. I'm just saying I think the avenue for some federal or state funding is open, but we've got to get the usage up.
And I'm just throwing the point, since we've been talking, I've been talking to people talking to pilots on this. I mean, how else would I know about those trees and the situations in the Flatlanders versus the mountain people flying? I'm not a pilot, I don't know nothing. I can tell you how to build a house, but I'm not gonna tell you how to fly an airplane.
Right. I know you've been talking to people, because I've talked to some of those folks, and they told me that you had called them.
So I'm trying to do my research, but you've got to, it's situations like that. And one of the biggest deals is the safety and approval by an inspector. And you pilots all know exactly what I'm talking about, I hope, right? The inspection on, to approve the runway as a usable runway, safe runway. And that's one of the my biggest fears, is if it's not a safe runway. And people start landing on it and they crash, whether it was their fault, they didn't know coming in on a mountain with crosswinds and all that stuff like that, or they hit this leaning tree that's sticking out, or there's...
Well, the trees aren't leaning, they're just in that 75-foot easement. They're
Yeah,
30,
the
they're
trees are
35,
in.
40 feet away from the runway.
The trees are encroaching the easement.
Yeah, that's
my
correct.
understanding.
Excuse me? That's not correct. There's not it's not an easement. The FAA has,
Flyway.
there are special, yeah, I don't want to go into all the technical stuff, but it's called the FATO, and it requires a setback, but it's not an easement. It's just a safety area, safety over.
But if you have, and that was one of my questions that I asked the person. I said, so who's gonna determine this? And they said, well, you have a certain amount, when they do their investigation, they're gonna come up, and you have to have so many feet this way, and so many feet this way, in case you come in, the crosswind blows you over to the side. And he said, if those two trees are in that, not easement, but in that clear space, then they're encroaching. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. But the FAA knows a lot of airports around the country where there are encroachments much more significant than those two.
And I'm just telling you what I have been told. I mean, I'm trying to learn as much as I can on this and not get myself in trouble too.
I'll cover some of that later.
Well, and then, you know, there are a number of details associated with my proposal for the county. I want to make it clear, nothing that I'm proposing here, in my view, my time is the most critical thing that I have. Managing or running that airport doesn't appeal to me. It's not. If I'm going to have my money and skin in the game, and we do any improvements out there, I'd like to have some control over that so it doesn't turn into a mess. But having said that, who runs the airport technically, the day-to-day operation of the airport or whatever doesn't concern me. What concerns me is that we don't have another situation like what happened 2 years ago in relation to money spent and no tangible benefit. And I do have some concerns about the ramp area, fencing around the ramp area. My view of how that should be done varies from what their view is. And then they're going to show you fencing on the other end of the runway that's on my property that we're not, I can just tell you right now, we're not going to do that. It wouldn't benefit, there's no benefit to doing it. It wouldn't keep people away from the runway. And it's on my property. But
Ms. Matthew, when we have, and I admire you for wanting to put your time and your money in investment, county has a contract with a group that is part of that. You can't just say, well, you can do whatever you want, and you'll have to abide by them. We have an obligation to them and hopefully that you all can all come to an agreement on a mutual deal, report back to the county, and this is what we're doing, this is how we're gonna handle this. Everybody's agreement up there, everything's good. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
it makes sense, but let me make something perfectly clear. I can work with them and I can bury the hatchet, but I am not going to, based on the threats that I've received so far, I'm not going to submit my subdevelopment plans through them and have them give me a hard time over it and then approve, and then they forward it to you for approval. I'm not willing to do that.
That's between you two.
No.
Yeah. Because
How is that?
To the people we have a contract with, I have to go with the people we have a contract with.
You're going to force me to hire a lawyer.
So that's your choice.
That conversation is over as soon as you say that. That's the problem.
Well, I've shown you
And
that I've basically been threatened.
I
Over
understand.
$100 fee. And now you're telling me that as a representative of the county, that I gotta go through these people to subdivide my property after everything that I've done.
I don't think we ever said you had to get their approval of subdivision. The only thing you have to work together is whatever you do that airport or that runway, which if we have a contract, now if we don't have a contract, then all you gotta do is get approval through the county to whatever you want to do. Now, if you decide you wanna subdivide your lots into quarter-acre lots or three-quarter-acre lots or 10-acre lots, that has nothing to do with them.
Well,
It
that-
has nothing to do with us.
Well,
When it comes to planning and zoning.
yeah, it has to go through the county for approval.
Right.
Well, we've already accomplished what I wanted to accomplish along the sides of the runway and the easement without being bottlenecked or slowed down. We already got that done. So that part is taken care of. So what I have to decide now myself is I've got to look at this runway and say, is this going to be a usable runway or not? If it's going to be a usable runway, I'm offering to contribute heavily to helping make it usable. If it's not going to be, and I'm going to subdivide my lots accordingly. If it's not going to be a usable, if I don't think it's a runway if it's going to stay the same condition that it's been in or worse, then I'm going to subdivide my lots and sell them off in a totally different way. I'm going to subdivide them and sell them either way. But I got to make a decision of what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I
And,
understand.
and I'm to the point where I've done all I can do. You know, if you guys don't want to see anything improve up there, or you want to see the situation just keep going the way it is, that's your business. I can't, you know, there's nothing I can do about it. But I need to make a decision on how I'm going to subdivide those lots, what kind of deed restrictions I'm going to put in place. There are a whole host of things I'm going to do differently if that's a usable runway than if it's not. Either way, I'm going to subdivide them and sell them.
And that's your priority, and
It's my land, and I have a legal right to do that.
I hope you're successful with it. I
Well,
really do.
I get my money back out of them either way. It doesn't, anyway, I guess there's no real purpose in going over it sounds like where we are right now is that you guys have to decide whether you want to create an avenue for some funding for that airport or not. And
On today's deal, we can't decide.
I know, but that's a decision you guys have to make.
You understand
I've
that
done everything I
once
can do.
Once we've entered into contract with somebody to manage anything, I mean, it could be a senior center, then those people are responsible for the management of that facility because we have contractual agreement with them that says that that's the case. And so in order to be accommodating to your situation, we would have to not have a contract with these people.
Not necessarily. I mean,
But we can't overrule them based on, because we have a contract with them.
well, what
So,
we're talking about is improvements. And if you have a assisted living facility or something like that, and you're wanting to expand it or improve it, doesn't necessarily have to be under the purview of who manages that facility per se. They probably need to work with you on getting something done. I just want to know whether you're.
What about outlay monies in regards to transportation, or is there any outside sources for monies that maybe we could resource, or?
Well, you have a couple of options, and one is your own budget. And that is a process we go through that they can't answer today if they're going to fund for next year. There's
Right.
a process that starts in January. Whether state money would be available for this, we wouldn't know unless we applied. The process has already started this year. The ICIP has already been done. It would be something we would look at in the planning process for next year.
Are there capital outlay monies that are earmarked for transportation, like airports or bus systems or railroads?
I don't know how airports fit in, but for infrastructure like that, yes, there is.
Because
funding.
for those people up there in Tiburon, I mean, that airport it's a security issue, I mean, I just wonder if maybe there would be an avenue to look at, maybe through maybe emergency services, you know,
That's
maybe
where I was
for
thinking too.
life flighting people or whatever, you know, if we
Because they are
could.
using it for emergency services
Just
too.
briefly,
Yes, sir.
to clarify, there are state funds available to public use airports. However, as we're right now private, permission required, those funds are not accessible to us, potentially accessible.
I need you to come up and restate that. You can talk on the microphone, so it'll all be recorded.
Okay, I'll wait until,
Okay.
Our clerk is.
Yeah, and if we need, I mean, if we have the ability to reorganize the airport into something that would be better qualified for this type of funding, then maybe we could do that.
we'll get there.
Yes, sir.
In the last 3 years, the last 20 years really, there have been some stabs at making that runway usable. You know, about 14 years ago, they did a chip seal that lasted, you know, for a year or two, but it wasn't compacted the way it should have been. And anyway, I think, you know, I was on an airport board. I was the president of an airport board. I'm very familiar with now I don't know about emergency funding. I don't know anything about that, but I know about FAA funding. And for FAA funding, we're going to have to show considerably more use up there than what we can show right now, I think. And that's based on past.
But if we can go to an angle like to get a life flight plane in and out of there, you know, then because that airport would have to be in good shape in order to land a life flight plane in on it. So if we could go at it from that angle to try to get that airport for that function instead of economic development side of it, you know, if it was more approached by life flighting people, then we could kill two birds with one
Explain the
stone.
length of time that it takes for an ambulance to get from the hospital down here all the way up there. They bring them down to Cloud Rock. We send an ambulance up to Cloud Rock. They do an exchange and then bring them down. And a lot of that is doesn't always work, especially in major medical situations, heart attacks, strokes, things of that
Right.
nature, where time is of the essence.
Well,
It's not worthy.
The firefighters up there use that ramp area for training, and you know, there's that little hill, that's a concrete pad up there that's got an H on it. It's not really a helipad, but it's where the helicopters land when they come in. But if you had a decent surface on that runway, you could charter airplanes in and out of there for a fraction of what a life flight airplane costs. And in a lot of emergencies, you know, the life flight planes, and you guys might know more about this than I do, but what I think I've been told is that they average the cost so that it's incredibly expensive because 2/3 of the 4 out of 5 people aren't paying for it. So when somebody does pay for it, it's expensive, far more expensive than it should be. You can charter a twin-engine, a turboprop airplane for about $1,400 an hour. And you can get somebody out of Midland, Odessa, or El Paso.
I am in the wrong business.
Well, that's the cost of the equipment and everything, you know. But,
Just saying.
but I think I'm hearing numbers like $25,000 for a medical flight in and out of there with a helicopter. And I don't know how many of those fall in your, but what I care about is we don't rock along another 2 or 3 years and not have any progress. If you guys want something to happen up there, you can make it happen.
And we would love to, and what Commissioner Griffin brought up would be a good thing to check into. If you could, that would be an easier way to pull some money together than trying to pull it out of the empty bucket that we have right now.
Right. Well, if you want it to happen, I'm pretty sure you can figure out a way to make it happen. But if that airport's going to flounder, it's floundering now with what we've been doing. You know, if you don't spend any money on that airport, nothing's going to change out there. And so, before we get into the, I guess the details of my proposal in a nutshell is that I've already taken care of one of the things they're going to present to you on their deal, and that is ensuring a clear path on the east end of that runway. I did that at my expense. You know, I need some positive feedback from you guys, whether you're going to support that airport with some finances or not.
Again, you're not gonna get any interest. if you need an answer, you need to put it on the agenda item, and we bring it in, and then we'll make a decision, on this discussion. You can't.
I understand that. Yeah, you have nothing,
Can we?
Well, you can't make decisions on funding unless you actually bring a resolution forward to pull those funds from a line item. So the staff would need direction on what kind of action you would potentially want to take.
Should we look at, just researching some?
Well, that's a given. That's already written down to do research.
Okay, that's where I would use it, because in order to get some money, obviously, we're not gonna be able to pull it in the budget, it's just too tight. And, if we can find funding, that's another situation, but we can't, even next year's budget is gonna be even worse, because of the gross receipts.
If Matt was here, Matt still here? Through emergency services,
He may have had an emergency.
We can get them to research it.
but I mean, if there's some way he could get it worked through, my understanding, the reason why they kind of leaving it up there a little bit now is.
There.
Yeah, speak of the devil. Not the devil. Uh-oh. But, if there was forest fires or something for emergency, because one of my questions was, if it's that big a cost, nobody's using it, let's rip the damn thing up and be done with this issue. And then anybody can play whatever they want to do. But if it's emergency services, and if this is something that, Matt, I don't know if you were listening in, but
I wasn't, I was on the phone.
You need to come speak.
what we've kind of talked about a little bit is, if there was any kind of getting any help through the state funding to keep this runway up there in Tiburon in good flying condition for emergency, air flight, airlift, whatever they call that, airplane that.
Medical services.
Yeah.
Matt Clark, Emergency Services Director. I would have to look to see if there is anything that is out there. I know the helicopter lands on the end by the fire station.
Yeah, the tag.
It's an approved site for them so that they can fly them out that way. Fixed wing, I would definitely have to look into it to see if there's anything for improvements and if it's even thought of as an idea for landing a fixed wing up there.
Well, if you could check into that and then.
Yeah.
and-
Dig into it hard. See what you can find out if you can, if there's any type of funding.
And even
Yeah.
through the fire department, I mean,
Yeah.
when they have their spotter planes, if they need to land, they have to have someplace they can land too.
With that one, they're based out of Alamo, so they're just going to fly into there.
I know, but
That's
we
where
might have to
everything's
get
at.
emergency supplies in up there too, though, you know, I mean, if we have a major catastrophic emergency, like a horrible forest fire, you know, that airport right there would be a huge asset to bring those people.
Can't, too heavy, way too heavy.
No, not to land slurry bombers or anything, but just to
No,
learn,
but the
just
seats
to
and
land
stuff,
fixed
but
wing.
it's,
You can put an observation plane in there right now, I can put an observation.
Yes,
Take
sir.
off and land there easily, but, nothing loaded.
Yeah,
all right, well, thank you for your time.
thank you, Mike.
And I'm gonna stick around, for their presentation. There are a couple of things I would like to, some input I'd like to give related to the presentation they have regarding fencing and stuff that they wanna do around the
Sure.
airport.
Feel free, we got more agenda items on here too. We got more that we gotta get through.
I'd like to make a motion, these ladies have been waiting very patiently, I don't think they're with the aviation part of it. I yield the floor. Let them,
That lady, she's just waiting.
Yeah, I think you're up. Or if Gwenda, unless Gwenda would like to say something, or you wanna wait?
It's just,
Are you pressed?
I'm in no hurry.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just gonna go under the unscheduled.
Okay, perfect.
Please state your name and
Good morning. My name's Dave Cherwink. Doc Mirror, that you've probably seen an email from me. I'm not a developer. I'm a network engineer and a nuclear engineer. So I don't speak to any of the development part of it. Mostly what I'm going to cover, pretty much all of what I'm going to cover, is aviation related. I have about 10 minutes worth of prepared materials and then some things I need to correct, and then of course questions. In September I was voted the president, this last September, I was voted president of the Tiburon Airport Co-op. We're a nonprofit 503c. Our only job, the only thing we do, is take care of, maintain, and operate the runway. We don't have any other outside interests. So exclusively we work on the 27 acres, which is the airport. In the past 5.5 years since Tiburon Airport Co-op has been in business, I was the member at large for 2.5 years previously until I accepted the presidency in September.
Are you a pilot as well? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, for about 40 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Since 2015, the important parts of an airport, running an airport, are safety, security, and operational readiness. Those are the keys to running a good airport. Since 2015, we have a 100% perfect safety rating. We have never had an accident since TAC has been running the airport. We have not had an incident, which is similar to an accident. We have not had any fatalities, no major injuries, no minor injuries. There has been absolutely nothing since 2015 under the aegis of TAC that has caused any safety issues. As far as security goes, we also have a 100% security record. There's been no vandalism, there's been no theft, there's been no damage to aircraft, stolen radios, nothing like that. From an airport perspective, the 27 acres have been perfectly secure as a, airport to land on. Now, I will mention later on about the challenges with the driving on it and people walking, things like that. But from a security perspective, aviation-wise, we've done perfect. For the last 5.5 years, we have a 99.2% operational readiness standing. The about 0.8% that was not operationally ready had to do with the approximate 4 days when it was repaved 19 or 20 months ago. There have been a few days since 2016 where we had an ice day that the airport was shut down for ice, but general aviation pilots and planes normally don't operate in icing conditions, so even though it was operationally not ready, it was ice, right? In the last 14 months, we'll talk about some improvements. Now, when I was the member at large previously, there were 5 board members. I was what's called the low man on the totem pole. I was the shoveler of coal and the guy who did all of the scut work, or, I didn't run the train. I basically picked up after everybody. But in the last 14 months, obviously, we've had the runway repaved with a chip seal, and I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners and those who spent that money. For doing that work. The TAC was not involved too much in how it was done and the process. We were told that it was going to be done, and this is how we're going to do it. And we really had very little input. I know personally I had almost no input on how the process was done. Obviously, runways are not roads. Roads are not runways. Things are different. So, it was done. We have built a tractor shed. There are some people who are dissatisfied with the quality or location or something with the tractor shed. We built it. We built it the best we could. We use voluntary labor. We use all donated materials, except I ponied up about $300 for the paneling on that and the paint. At this time, we've submitted the FAA Form 7480, which is a form that's used to change the way an airport is operated. It's currently, as you already know, it's private use permission required. What that means to an aviator is if they want to come to Tiburon, they need to contact one of the board members or possibly somebody from the county who owns it and say, may I come in here and land at your airport? And nominally, it's a decision that we make based on their aeronautical knowledge, based on what type of airplane they're running, and based on what they know about mountain flying. So far, in my short term as president, I have not had to accept or reject anybody for coming in and landing. That's a decision that I or Mr. Pitts behind me or another member of the board would make. And again, we're all, aviation-related people. We know what questions to ask. We're adding the heliport to the FAA facility data. Right now, technically, there is no heliport at Tiburon. Now, I know people have landed on it with helicopters. EMS has landed on it. The county people who shoot the javelina hogs have landed on it. Various other operators have landed helicopters on it. But from the FAA perspective, it doesn't exist. So this. So the FAA Form 7480 is used to alter those facility data. We're adding the heliport to the facility data so that it'll be a known factor that people can judge whether it's usable or not. We're also changing the traffic pattern for one of the runways to the right to avoid Jeffrey's Peak, which is the highest point around Tiburon. The traffic pattern previously would have pilots taking off and making a left turn and a left turn, which would put them in proximity to Jeffrey's Peak. So we've changed that to right traffic, which is somewhat more descending from the valley. It's still a mountain, but it's less obtrusive. The important part that we're attempting to do right now is we're changing it from private permission required to open to the public. There are a lot of airports in the country that are privately owned and publicly accessible. It would be like the parking lot at the H-E-B store, right? It's privately owned parking lot, but the public is welcome to come in and park there and use the H-E-B. What we have is we have the opposite, which is very unusual in that it's a publicly owned facility, but again, permission required prior to use. And this is an anomaly, and it's something that maybe should have been changed a long time ago. I don't know, but it's something I've tried to change. So I've been in touch with the FAA several times. We've had some good discussion on it. They've asked for some updates on pictures. You mentioned the encumbrance on that tree. Every 24 to 36 months, the FAA will come out, or is supposed to come out, and have a look and evaluate each airport. Right now, the last one that they looked at us is about 7 years old. So they asked me for some pictures, which I provided, and also some elevations and angles and some technical stuff having to do with operating a plane in and out of the runway. And I provided that a few days ago. We should hear something by the end of November or maybe early December possibly on that. And they may, of the three changes we're making, they may approve 2 of them and not the other one, or they may approve 1 of them and not the other 2. We don't know.
That sounds like a huge liability issue with you all. If you guys are the ones that are making the calls on who you think's going to be able to land safely on that airport.
I can speak to liability, or I can save it for later.
Sure, you go ahead with what you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm going to cover a lot of things
yes,
that you're probably going to ask about. The tractor shed, we have a donated tractor and mower. The tractor shed was necessary because where we were keeping the tractor before was private property, and we couldn't continue to keep it on private property. That person wanted that private property back, so we needed to build a tractor shed. I commissioned a mural, and it's the mural that's on the side of the tractor shed. It's helping to improve the facilities, feature, and the attractiveness of the airport. We've begun construction of a security area around that ramp, and I know this is a contentious area. A lot of things can be done, but what I need to do is I need to limit what is done within the confines of what volunteers will do and what we can get for free or for low cost in order to improve that safety area, that ramp area. Yesterday, I drove up here and I hauled about 4,000 pounds of used power poles. I have a truck and a trailer, and those used power poles are now sitting at Tiburon, ready to be unloaded, and hopefully that's going to be part of the security fence that goes around there. Previously, I hauled another 3,000 or 4,000 pounds of those power poles. And that was part of what was used to build the shed, and also there are power poles that are left over that we can possibly build this bollard and rail fence maybe. So I'm getting them for free. All I have to do is pick them up and haul them up here and unload them and drill the holes and put the boards up. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on there. We've also done a few other things. I purchased a tar kettle. Before we had the runway paved, our kind of theory was that we were going to use the small 250, 300 pound hot tar kettle to do the best we could and resurface the takeoff lanes on runways 1, 3, and 3-1, the ends of the runway. The most critical part, well, it's hard to say that, but one of the critical parts of takeoff is when you first begin rolling, the thrust generated by the prop can pick up rocks, and those rocks can damage the propeller. They can damage, control surface. The rocks are very small, but mainly they can do cosmetic damage and some material damage to an airplane. So we have started construction on that, but again, we're volunteer labor, we're volunteer materials, we're getting through that. Now let me discuss the existing challenges we have. Some of them you've already heard about, but I'll cover them on my own. The first, obviously, is we have an issue with people walking on, pets, and ATVs, motorcycles, and cars on any part of the airport property. It doesn't matter if it's on the runway, it doesn't matter if it's on what's called the apron. The apron area is that grass and gravel area to the sides, and it doesn't matter if it's the ramp. If it's an airport operations area, anything having to do that is not an airplane is a non-consensuous use or a non-contiguous use, and we just can't have that. At larger airports, they're very careful to separate ground traffic from airport traffic. Now, one of the ideas of building this fence, predominantly along the north end, is that we can have an area which combines the two. We can have a ramp area where airplanes are tied down, and we can have a parking area where anybody can park and access the plane and take materials on and off and things like that. So those things are in control of everybody in this room, and we're all reasonable people, and we can all come up with reasonable solutions to that. If we build a 5-foot tall fence with gates, we build a 5-foot tall fence. There are reasons that we don't build 5-foot tall fences around airplanes, and you can probably guess why. People running their airplane into the fence. So typically a non-security type fence will be a fairly low fence, 24 to 30 inches, so that airplanes don't run their wings into it.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
How do you get an airport certified without having a fence around it to begin with? You would think that would be the number one first thing that would be required if you're going to have an airport, to put a fence around it to keep animals and people off of it. There's nothing in the, if we have an I guess the insurance doesn't require that we have a fence around it, or there's no legalities that... This
is a long subject, and I don't want to go back to Orville and Wilbur, right? That's too far back. But general aviation in the United States has grown up on the basis of free access for everyone. Now, Highway 54 that goes southwest from here, I believe there's a barrier over there for Holloman Air Force Base or the missile range, and technically they can close that and have closed that road. But that's a county maintained or a state maintained road. It's open to the public, and any of us are free to operate on that roadway. General aviation airports are, in that respect, no different than a roadway. You own that runway, and you have given priori permission for any aviator to use that without prior permission. Except in our case, it is prior permission. But general aviation airports around the country are just like just like highways, just like roadways. So I can take off from my airport and I could land at LAX. Stupidly enough, I could call LAX up on the radio and say, I want to land my little Bonanza here. They have to let me. Now they're going to charge me, but they have to let me. So it's a public benefit, it's a public use. And I am not a fan of fences for the purpose of fences. I'm a fan of fences where fences need to be put. And we desperately need some type of barrier at the northeast end. We do. We need some type of barrier there. So anyway, back to what I was going to do to the runway prior to it being paved is we were going to use this tar kettle and heat up tar, and some of you may be old enough to remember tar and aggregate roofs. They're pretty robust. So we were going to do the best we could with the funds we had to put a tar cover on what we had and keep the water from getting down in there and percolating rocks up, keep the rocks that are on top down and tight and controlled. Now we couldn't do the whole runway just because of financial interest, but we could do both ends of it. And we're currently doing some weed mitigation. One of the jobs I'm going to do this weekend is I'm going to do some weed mitigation up there. So the second issue that we have is aviation related, and it has to do with the restricted area that's south of us. And I have an image here. I could show it to you if you want to see it. See it. Restricted area 5103C covers Biggs Army Airfield. They have a bombing range north of Biggs Army Airfield, and then they have a training area that they land helicopters at and disperse their troops and pick them up and do all that kind of stuff. There's this tiny little cutout for the Tiburon Airport that is insufficient for safe operation of airplanes. And I will stand behind that. Being an aviator for 40 years, I will stand behind that. That restriction is unsafe on its face. What it requires is, a person to take off to the southeast, make an immediate right turn, make another immediate right turn into rising terrain. We have rising terrain on 3/4 of the airport. We have Jeffries Peak on the east, and then we have, I don't know the name of the peaks, but up there by Sunrise, Sunspot, there are peaks up there that are 9,500 feet.
Yeah.
There are peaks to the east where the escarpment is. So our 5103C, the restricted area, requires a pilot to make these two quick right turns so that they don't break into that restricted area. Now the restricted area is man-made. It's all descending, that entire topography is descending to the south towards El Paso. And eventually what I'm going to ask the FAA to do is I'm going to ask them to build me what I call the bread loaf relief. There's an FAA guy in Bethesda, Maryland sitting in an office, and he's going to contact Biggs, he's going to contact me, he's going to contact Albuquerque Center, and we're all going to get down together and see if we can't get this relief. I give it, in 2 or 3 years, I give it maybe a 50 to 75% probability of it being approved. If they don't give us the bread loaf relief, we are just going to have to live with the restrictions as they are. And we're going to have to continue to make those hard right turns and climb into rising terrain in order to avoid the...
What exactly will this relief consist of, did you say?
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
From the surface to 10,000 or 10,500 feet, I'm asking for about a 3.5 to 4 mile wide corridor running east to west in this restricted area that runs from the surface to 10,000 feet. So it looks like kind of a big bread loaf laid east to west, which would give us an opportunity to take off, make a left turn, and go down towards Cavern City, right? Or take off, make a gentler right turn so that we don't have to make very sharp right turns, and go towards Tiburon. If you start asking for too much from the FAA, they're just going to listen to you. But we have a good justification for this because this is a safety concern. And moreover than anything, security, convenience, fuel use, any of that, safety concerns get the most attention from the FAA. That's in the 5-year plan, and I think you may have that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I just say that this is an item that I 100% agree with, 100%. And to explain a little different way, you have restricted airspace above that airport, and the way it's designated right now, it's clear for private pilots from the ground level to 1,500 feet. But there's varying terrain all the way around the area, and it's really a little bit, you know, I had a meeting the other day with the airport board president here at Alamogordo, and I asked him about that, and he said, well, I said, well, is it 1,500 feet from, and I've been flying 35 years, maybe, David, maybe you could address this. I don't know whether it's the general area or the exact area that you are, that you have a 1,500 foot clearance, but that's very ambiguous, and it does create a safety hazard because a pilot, especially with GPSs and stuff we have now, is trying to stay within 1,500 feet of the ground, and it put, you know, it's not good. And everything he said right there is, I agree with 100%.
Continuing on in that vein, we'll cover the airspace and finish that off. Continuing on in that vein, the FAA has a mountain flying course. They have a mountain flying circular. They have many different training devices for general aviation pilots. And even in their recommendations, the approaches and the mountain flying, they want you to maintain 2,500 feet above the surface. That's their, you know, that's their recommended 2,500 to 3,000 feet above the surface. And we're given 15 feet above the surface. If we go 15 feet, 15,000 feet, 1,500 feet higher than the surface, then we've encroached on the restricted airspace. And I'll tell you right now, I've encroached on the restricted airspace. I'll admit to a violation in front of everybody because it's unsafe. And I've encroached on their airspace by a quarter of a mile, 1,000 feet, 500 feet. I don't know, but I know I've encroached because it's unsafe. So this is something that needs to be fixed. The restrictions that I'm asking for is not that onerous to the Biggs Army Airfield. I mean, they're still welcome to use it. Just because we have the bread loaf relief doesn't mean they can't go in there. They're welcome to go in there and do anything they want. We had a Caribou, which is a large twin turboprop aircraft land back in April. They came in from Biggs Army Airfield. Now, they can go in and out of there easily because they got a straight shot. They take off and they go straight out right into the restricted area. Now, I should tell you that we are allowed to call and get permission. In the air, we can call and get permission. Can I enter your restricted airspace? It's a 50-50, it's a 20-80, it's a who knows what. But you have to call and you have to request permission to get in there. When you're on the ground here, not here, but in Tiburon, when you're on the ground and you want to ask for permission, you have to make a phone call, you have to get a schedule, you have to get a departure time, and you have to get a duration you'll be in the restricted area. And you can see that this is, you know, this is really relatively complex stuff. So it doesn't often happen. Now, the last challenge is the best or the worst, and that is the chip seal surface of the runway. People have expressed that the runway is not usable. If you fly a Falcon jet, the runway is not usable. That's just a plain, solid fact. The Falcon jet requires anywhere from 5,800 to 6,600 accelerate stop distance. The safety margin is called the accelerate stop distance of an airplane. Just as its name implies, it allows you to accelerate to takeoff, and then allows you to reject the takeoff, slam on your brakes, and stop before you wind up in Sacramento River. So every airplane has an accelerate stop distance. A twin turboprop would be marginal depending on conditions for our runway. Because we're 2 degrees downhill, we have to take that into account. So a twin turboprop, myself, I would not operate out of there. I don't care if we have the butter smooth, best traction, perfect surface ever known to man, I would still not operate a twin turboprop out of there because I don't want to die. If you have a single turboprop like a Pilatus, I might. It depends. What's the weight? What's the temperature? How much fuel do I have? There are accelerate stop distances which is safe to operate that airplane out of there. I operate a small single engine Beechcraft. I can take off in 600 or 700 feet. So my accelerate stop distance is meaningless. I also live on a runway that's a 2,000-foot turf strip. I go in and out of there all the time. It's perfectly safe. There's nothing wrong with our runway. It's perfectly usable. Now, the Caribou did put a couple of little channels in down there, and that's why we're not going to let them go on there anymore. We're not going to let the Caribou come in anymore. There are also some other twin turboprops that are single truck wheeled, and some are double truck wheels. Those are the ones that have the axle sticking out from the shaft and has a wheel on each. That's a double truck wheel. There's a lot of math involved in what we can allow with a double truck wheel, what we can allow with a single truck wheel, and having the chip seal on there has actually benefited us and allowed us to increase that weight limit. But there's still a weight limit, and there are still twin turboprops that I would not go in there for. Now let's talk about Tiburon in general, and I'm going to be a little critical of Tiburon, and I'm going to compare it to the aviation facilities we have. And I apologize to the good people of Tiburon for doing this, but our firehouse has a huge crack in the floor, and it's not usable anymore. They're going to have to move it, so it's pretty run down. It's in rough condition. Our roads are a little iffy in some places. The only paved roads we have are Sacramento Mountain, a small segment of Bob White, and the main road coming in. And they're in fairly good condition, but all of the gravel roads are in rough shape. So we have challenges there on the roads. The convenience store has gone out of business twice. So, you know, we tried to have a convenience store up there 2 different times and have so far failed to have it work properly. I believe the water system, now don't quote me on this, but I believe the water system loses about 50% of the water is unmetered, maybe 45 to 50% of the water that they pump, they can't account for with meters. The golf course is hanging on by its fingernails. I think you all know that probably 80 to 90% of the revenue from the quote golf course actually comes from the bar, the club and the bar. So comparatively speaking, by gosh, I think the airport is, you know, par or better than par for the surrounding community in Tiburon. I am not afraid to take off and land at Tiburon at all. You can get a large Cessna in there, you can get a 6-passenger Piper in there, you can get a Pilatus, a single turboprop in there, you can get any number of helicopters in there. You could, with some work, you could get an EMS, fixed-wing EMS plane in there, but that's up to the pilot. The pilot gets to decide. The pilot looks at the surface, he looks at the temperature, he looks at what he has to haul, he looks at all of these things and says, yeah, I can get in there, or I will get in there. In the Army, I mean, the aviators have taken off what's called a running skid takeoff with maybe 150 mortars and machine gun barrels on it, where it was horribly overloaded. And they skid it down the runway to get it in the air. That's combat maneuvers, right? We're not in combat situation. But an EMS pilot can decide if he wants to take the risk. Is somebody going to save a life today and take a risk? So they can come in and out of there. It depends on what the pilot says. Now, funding, we operate on an entirely, volunteer basis, and our funding is entirely having to do with people who send us money and our own dues. And out of those dues, we pay liability, and our liability covers the Tiburon, the TAC officers, and it covers the county. Part of our charter, the contract that we have with the county, requires us to maintain that insurance, and it has certain liability limits. And we have met those liability limits for all the past 5 years. Does that mean we're not going to be sued? Are you an attorney?
Well,
we're going to be sued.
You can sue anybody for anything.
So we have liability insurance that covers the airport, it covers these members, it covers the county of Otero. If there is an accident, there probably is going to be a lawsuit, okay? Now, what happens, I don't know much about torts, all I took was business law, but what happens during a lawsuit is everybody gets sued, everybody. And then the judge, makes percentages or kicks people out or adds people in, and it just is a snowball. So we do have liability insurance, and I have personal liability insurance. As president of TAC, I've taken out my own personal liability insurance to protect my interests and my assets. That's pretty much all the prepared statements I have. And again, I like Timberon. I've invested in there, but I'm not a developer. I'm not trying to make $1 million or even $100 or $1,000. I'm putting money in, and you can see my hands and my fingernails are dirty because I've been out there doing it. Last night I was out there loading and unloading things. So we're volunteers. We're trying to make the airport as good as we can. I've just started in September. You've seen the 5-year plan. Let me pull it up and see if there's anything in there that I want to emphasize. That mural on the front, that was done by my daughter, by the way. Very proud of her. She's a chemical engineer.
I got one statement. There is a set of tie downs on the airport for anybody who wants to use it.
Where are they?
You're by that sign that says the elevation.
So I got one
Yeah.
Go ahead.
little piece of advice when you talked about the
I
security
did
of.
want them in
Are
orange.
those concreted in? Are they concreted in the ground?
Yes.
So you're against the people running up and down the runway, the people walking on the runway, the driving, the UTVs. This is our undersheriff right back here in the corner, and I'm sure he probably has a card he can give you. If this is a situation that's acting, please give him a call. We have deputies running all over
Right.
there.
And I've already put that together. So what I like to do is I like education. Now we're going to have a turkey dinner up in Timberon. I don't know how well it'll be attended, but I'm hoping that if I'm not going to be there, but I'm hoping to have someone from the Timberon Airport Co-op and give a little presentation during the turkey dinner or the Christmas dinner. So I like to start with education and say, look, folks, it's incompatible use. We've in the process of putting up a fence, but you got to stay off of there. And if education doesn't work, then we go to enforcement. And however, I don't know how enforcement works, but a kind word in the ear. And if that doesn't work, a citation. If that doesn't work, bracelets. But that's law enforcement. I'm not.
Well, hang on. The other thing that my experience when I was up there, that there's a residence right there. It looked like it got a lot of construction equipment around it, dump trailers. And I don't know that for a fact, but it sure looked like the vehicle that was driving down it pulled out of that residence. As you're the management up there, have you advised that person to, he has a road that comes right in by his house, because that's where we pulled in on, to stay off that and quit driving up to that?
Yes, the previous president, Paul, and myself, we've both had discussions with the two guys that run I think they're a construction or a repair business on lot number 6. And I'll advise them again today or tomorrow that they need to stop using the apron area and use Merlin for their traffic. So yeah, they've been told to stay off of that. But I can see from the tracks that they're not staying off of it.
And you might advise them that during our meeting, the sheriff was here, he's aware of it. Maybe he can tell his deputies that's patrolling through that area. And you can see when you go by the end, right there by the fire station, you can look right down the runway. And if there's somebody driving on or on, I mean, you can tell them, please stay off, just a nice warning or whatever.
Just reinforce it for now, and then if reinforcement doesn't work, we move on to the enforcement actions. And, yeah. Now I should say I'm not an expert on this, but the FAA after 9/11/2001, in the end of 2002, put in some pretty severe penalties for people accessing any kind of airport. It doesn't matter. If the FAA knows it's an airport and there's an incompatible person on that airport, the FAA has put in some horrific fines and even jail terms that could be applied. Now, I'm not recommending that, but they got really, really strict after that. It goes to fencing. There's a whole deal about fencing at airports now.
And then, I mean, maybe if the residents up there, if you had a nice turkey dinner, if there was some flyers on that, maybe if our deputies that, I don't want to give them no tickets like
Gosh,
that.
I'm sorry.
send them
My
away to jail,
brain
but
just
at
popped
least-
up from this.
At least give them a, you know, a warning and say, hey,
Right.
this is what could happen if
Right.
you continue doing it.
Right.
You know?
And we can tie that in with the liability, so we have an incompatible use person on the apron or runway, and they're struck by an airplane. You know, now you have another party to the, and it shows us as not being diligent, right? It shows TAC as not being diligent in that we did not do our job, and that is step 2, secure the runway. So, yeah, we need to, you know, we need to do a better job on that.
So if you did the fence at the end where the helipad is, where it comes around, fire station across the street, it comes back around, would that stop those people using or driving to drive out of there?
Yes.
Yes.
So what we want to, right now, again, you know, we're all reasonable people. We can do any kind of fencing we want. We can solve that in this room. But the FAA, the bread loaf relief, we can't solve in this room. So whatever kind of fence, wherever we put it, the number of gates, the type of gates, you know, TAC will work with anybody and everybody. We'll listen to all possibilities. The only thing is funding, you know, volunteer and funding. But we'll listen to everybody. So let me cover a couple of things important in the 5-year plan. First of all, I've already spoken with the fire chief, McMillan, I think is his name. We had a good long discussion a few nights ago. McWilliams, thank you. We had a good long discussion a few nights ago about funding for runway improvements that could come from state EMS. There's somebody behind me that knows a lot more than I do, so I don't want to sound like an idiot. But there are funding sources that provide for transportation corridors, like an airport, specifically to support fire control, fire suppression, and EMS. And I just learned about this, so I'm working with him, and we're going to talk to somebody who is knowledgeable about writing grant proposals. And it's probably a 1090, so we may pony up from the county or TAC or the two of us, we may pony up some money if that EMS fund comes through. There is a very, very large funding source through the FAA, and I don't want to give you all the acronyms, but every year they hand out between $8 and $8.5 billion with a B. Donna Ana Airport got $1.2 million to improve their runway. Parker County, Texas, I'm from over in that area. Privately owned, publicly accessed. Privately owned, but public access. They got $812,000.
Wow.
Yeah, there are funds out there. So that's the good news. Now the bad news. You can't apply for it until you reach certain goals. One of those goals is you must be public use. You must be a public use airport. Can't be private use, permission required. Goes back to the 7480 form that I've submitted to make it a public use airport. The other thing is you have to have 48 months of continuous tracking of your operations. Now we have a 99.2% operational readiness. We expect to maintain that 99% operational readiness. And the third thing is it goes to traffic. Traffic drives everything. We would love to have 20, 30, 40 operations per month out of Tiburon Airport. Getting the bread loaf relief from the FAA, getting the public use, non-private public use, getting some repairs done to the runway, securing the northeast end, all of these things go towards more traffic. So if we make our projections out through next October, I'm hoping to have 2 open house fly-ins. The New Mexico Pilots Association is very powerful, very strong, very large. If we publish a fly-in late May or early June, right around Memorial Weekend, we might get 20 or 30 planes out. The GA community is a small, vocal community. So if we get the word out that Tiburon is open for business, then Tiburon is open for business. I would like to have another fly-in late September or October. We don't want to have them in July because takeoffs and landings at high elevation is taxing on airplanes. And the performance characteristics of airplanes at 7,000 or 8,000 feet on hot days can lead to some pretty dangerous things. So we'll look for, maybe mid-April and maybe early October. We'll look for those and we'll see if we can't have a fly-in, open house, maybe work with the golf people, and because pilots are often golfers, to see if we can't get the golf people to do a scramble or something like that weekend. And we might even associate with Cloudcroft or one of the other communities to have a golf scramble that weekend. I don't know, but things that we're doing. So there's a huge bucket of funding out there from the FAA. But even tomorrow, if the FAA tells us we're open for business, for anybody to come in, we still have to wait 48 months before we can write the grant proposal. We can't write the grant proposal until December of 2022 at the earliest. And if we get our grant proposal in, we're competing with all of those other general aviation airports in the country for that $8 billion. Albuquerque, if I remember right, got $171 million last year, and they needed it. The Albuquerque airport needed it, so they got $171 million. Okay, that concludes my prepared remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions related to aviation or the airport or the runway or liability, what have you.
I'd like to add a comment about the grants. The tiny town of Otero, New Mexico, which is just a wide spot in the road, they was getting FAA grants. I mean, it's possible, so.
Mr. Mackey?
I've got a picture of Paul Rule's wife and a couple of her friends walking down the runway that I took this summer. You recognize any of these ladies?
They've moved, they're no longer there.
I know, but I'm sitting through a BS session that's beyond belief. You just got through talking about how dangerous it is for people to be on the runway. You guys have been running that airport for 2.5 years, and she did that every day. Her and her friends walked up and down that runway every day. And then you're going to call the sheriff and have them come out and talk to people about being on the runway after they've watched her do that for 2.5 years?
Has that affected you flying in?
It is, because if I'm coming into land and somebody's driving along the perimeter of the runway.
I'm talking about walking.
Well, yeah, if I see somebody on the runway, it only takes one time for somebody to get killed. And if a pilot comes into land and somebody's on or on the edge of the runway and they try to shoot a missed approach and they're too low, a lot of these airplanes can't climb out.
I'm pretty sure they'd move though. I mean, they hear you coming.
But you don't know if you're coming into land whether they're going to move or not. One of them's got to walk.
Let me know when you'd like me to reply. I'm ready.
Are you done with your?
No, there was a statement made. I want to address that.
Okay, go ahead.
Roxanne Rule was an officer of the Tiburon Airport Co-op. I don't know this, but I and other members of the Tiburon Airport Co-op walk the runway quite often for one reason. It's called FOD, foreign object damage. Now, I was out there yesterday morning. Oh, sorry. I was out there this morning at about 7 o'clock in the morning. And yes, I was walking on the runway. And I walk on the runway because I pick up plastic bottles, Coke cans, bottles of bourbon, tie-down straps, T-shirts, rocks, half of a brick. I can't remember what else I've found. But all these things damage airplanes. So I personally have walked on the runway. I've driven on the runway slowly, doing FOD checks. That's what we do. We have a job to do, and that's to make the runway safe. And FOD checks are one of those things. Every airport in the country has somebody, one person or more than one person, dedicated to examine that runway. Ideally, in a high-traffic runway, Albuquerque does it every 3 to 4 hours. So let me tell you what FOD is. Foreign object damage. About 9 years ago, a Delta airplane took off from Charles de Gaulle Airport and left a strip of metal on the runway. The next plane to use that runway, unfortunately, was the Concorde. And everybody died. They hit that metal and everybody died.
For the future, if somebody is walking on the runway, they need to have a piece of paper from your association permission to be on there for doing that, because if the sheriff would pull up there, you don't have a permission slip, you don't care where it is because you're on that runway.
You
you're
should
not
also have a
supposed to be.
safety vest on so that people can see you if they are.
We can work that out.
We need to get a program like that because I understand you never know when somebody's gonna land. I
Right.
understand that.
Yeah.
But if somebody's on there, they need to be authorized to be there.
Okay, I like the
If they're
vest,
not,
I like the vest idea, it's
It's-
bright vest.
There's
would be the-
violation.
Right, right. Okay, any other questions?
I don't have any.
I don't have any, I appreciate your time and coming down.
Amazing, no questions.
Well,
It was a good presentation.
Thank you.
there is probably a million questions, but until we get some of this, I'd like, hopefully Matt can follow up on some of your grants or funding. We can get something going like that. Believe me, we would love to have a beautiful runway up there.
Well, like I mentioned about Tiburon in general, and again, this is all being recorded and taken down so the people of Tiburon can attack, ridicule, and belittle me. But in terms of what we have there and the community of Tiburon, I'm not being defensive to say that we're doing the best we can with what we have to work with. And in comparison to the water department, the roads up there, the firehouse, the grocery store, the golf course, we're doing okay. We're doing pretty good. I can land and take off there anytime. Any other small Cessna, Piper, Beach, we can land and take off there anytime.
What sounds to me like the number one priority right now, too, is that we need to repair the runway, but the number one is to be able to create a security on the runway. Stop the vehicle use and stop
Yes,
the walking personnel.
yes.
So that's, I think we're gonna need to address.
What
that.
about a sweeping machine to get that loose material off that runway? Would that work, or does it just kick more stuff up?
We'll take all the-
What do you think,
we'll
Tom?
take all the rocks off.
Once you peel this layer of loose rock.
Yeah,
now,
just,
You're gonna end up with the next layer coming off until we're right back to the original grade that we had 2 years ago.
yeah.
I'm gonna throw a swag number out there. I wanna say it was 180 tons of cold mix, and we had to patch potholes with OE chip seal that runway. We don't wanna get back down to that patching.
Yes, sir.
because then
You know what stone percolation is, rock percolation?
Where it comes to the
Yeah,
top.
so freeze thaw, and up it comes.
That's what's happened to the roads up there, is the rocks on the roads are huge.
Oh, yeah.
It's ridiculous. They're like the size of large eggs. And that's not being put there for driving purposes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Appreciate
And
it.
I look forward to working with the county. You want to work with TAC, we want to work with you. We'll work with any private individual, group. We'll entertain anything, just bring it to us. And, we don't have anything to do with private property. We have only to do with the 27 acres of the airport. That's us, the airport. I was afraid it was going to be turned into condos a few years ago, so,
Condos.
yeah, who knows? Torn up and turned into condos.
Somebody needs to turn that old hotel into a conservation.
I don't know.
Something's gotta happen up there. Thank you, sir.
You touched base on a part of what the problem is, and it's the same thing with the roads we have up there. That original runway was basically caliche and gravel, and then they put one layer of chip seal over it, and now we have rocks the size of softballs coming up through it. It'll happen again eventually, and we went through, and like I said, don't hold me to this number, it was about 80 tons of cold mix that we had to go through because they'd been going out with rock bars, literally punching rocks out of the runway because they were coming up through. And just to patch those holes, that's what we had to do before. And I think you saw it the other day with the rock, the half-inch rock that's loosening up, you can actually see strips of where we had to go in and patch where it had unraveled. You can't see the patch, but you can see an outline of it.
Sure.
One thing, Sean, could you do me a favor and try to talk to your deputies and get them to, they don't have to patrol the runway, but if they're going through, which I know you have patrolman up there in Tiburon area somewhere, just look and see if there's people on it and try to have them advised to stay off the runway and what the consequences are and that kind of stuff. If you
Sure,
go,
we can do this, sir. Basically, you start with your PSAs, and then all routes of ingress and egress need to be prominently displayed with some type of indication that that is off limits. Once you get the barriers in place, if this gentleman is speaking of, it will be much easier for enforcement. Once you go through the PSAs, the proper signage that's affixed to entrance or exits. And at that point in time, hopefully, it will no longer be an issue. But in the event that it is following that, of course, enforcement is an option.
So you'd like to see signage first, then, before the full defense?
Most assuredly, sir.
Okay, I can work on that right away.
And I'm talking for statutory requirements for the enforcement of keeping people out of a particular area.
I can work on that right away.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Off the sheet.
And if an airport doesn't work out, we'll turn the drag strip into it and we'll have drag races up there.
It's already been addressed.
The airports make the best drag
I know
strip.
that everybody here cares about the airport and cares about the county, and I appreciate all of your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mike. My understanding on the scheduled communication, item 15, item 16, have been pulled.
They're not coming, that is correct.
Okay. So that's going to take us into the unscheduled citizen communication.
Gwen hour. It's the Gwen at break.
I'm going to be real quick. I don't even have to come up here to, I came for one reason, well, two reasons really. One was the Riata Bridge. If it's all still going, there's no problems.
No, doesn't sound like
And
it.
Tom answered that question, so that is null and void. The only other thing that I heard on the radio the other day where the lieutenant governor was here in Alamogordo, and supposedly he addressed everybody that was around. I understood that he
was the assistant communication person for the lieutenant governor, if that's the same one you're talking about.
well, they called him that he was the lieutenant governor.
The card I got from him was the same card we got with communications
It wasn't
specialist
Howie.
for the lieutenant governor.
It wasn't Howie. It was
So it wasn't him.
No.
Okay, well, that was the information that they gave on
No, the
on
lieutenant
radio.
governor was,
And-
that's who we were talking to.
Who? It was Jim.
Well, Jim Farrell was the communications director, but it was the lieutenant governor that Howie Morales.
Was Howie here?
Well, that
What
was the name
was he
that they
doing? What
said.
were they doing?
Wanted to know how we're dealing with COVID and how they could help.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Figured.
because it gave the information on the radio like that he had talked to every commissioner, everybody in the area, the city, and to what was going on. And I was just wondering if there had been anything that the governor had come up with or whatever.
So the
Okay.
lieutenant governor was the gentleman sitting,
Across from us.
was the one with the map that
Yeah,
kept falling down?
yeah.
So there wasn't any information that they gave that,
They didn't provide any information, they just listened to us.
oh, okay, all right.
Commissioner,
Just curious.
Commissioner Mallory, Rachel Black would like to address you guys also, but she has 2 people out for lunch, so I told her that we would squeeze her in this afternoon. Give her time to
So we
speak.
have, it should come in right after Robert at 1 o'clock.
I can tell her to do that.
All right, any other unscheduled communication?
Well, it was nice to see you smiling today, Ladybug, instead of barking at us. I'm thankful.
Can you squeeze a lunch break in today? We have a lot to do still. Can you squeeze a lunch break in today? We still have a lot to go over.
You want to squeeze it in?
I want to squeeze a lunch in if you don't mind.
Okay.
Because we have, my comprehensive plan is going to take some extensive discussion as well.
So the next item is the deal for 1 o'clock, so if we want to squeeze a lunch break in, we need to probably do it now.
Yeah, let's do it.
1 o'clock. So make a motion to adjourn for
No,
lunch?
don't adjourn,
No.
recess.
Okay.
Recess.
Recess. Second.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
What time you want us back?
We need to be back by at least 5 till 1. So we're
Yeah,
ready.
we'll start the meeting at 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Good Lord.
Could you hand me another agenda? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to resume our meeting. It's 1 o'clock. We'll go to item 18. Board of County Commissioners were convened on the County Canvassing Board to approve the report of the canvass of the return of the 2020 general elections and issue a certificate of canvass on the results of the NMSA 1-13-13. Robin, if you'd like to go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm actually here just requesting that you approve the certificate for the 2020 general election. I believe you have been presented with the numbers that we had, all of our early voting, all of our mail-in ballots and their returns. You also received a discrepancy sheet that was filled out that showed the number of provisional ballots that we received, the number that was accepted and rejected, and then the sheet that explains why the ones that were rejected because, and the majority of them that I can see is that they all were not registered, and that was why their ballot was rejected. We stand at about 63% of our county that was eligible to voted, so it was a great turnout. And if you have any questions, I will stand for them at this time.
If I may, with what's going on right now, with a lot of the questions that are going on right now in our elections, with a recount that's currently going on right now in our elections.
Okay, so
and now let me finish, if I may, Robin.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just like my other two commissioners, if you will, let us just table this and let us put it on the agenda for next month, and then let's discuss it then. I think that we owe it to our constituents, and we owe it to our oath that we took to the office for fair and transparent and legal elections. And I myself have questions. I have questions about when the voter rolls were last purged is one question. I have question on ballot requests in regards to absentee ballots that I've heard that were requested by individuals and registered where they didn't request the absentee. Now, I know that this can all be considered a speculation, in which it is. But again, there's too many unanswered questions right now in regards to our last elections, I believe, to certify this election. So I would ask my fellow two commissioners, if you will, let us just table this and let us revisit again next meeting. If I may have the respect, please, Robin. I'm just asking y'all to just consider it.
So
I mean,
want to hear what Robin had to say about, because there may be a legality to it. So we need to,
okay, all right.
Need to hear what she has
I'm
to
sorry,
say.
Robin. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, no, so basically, this is the process that happens, is that the counties, they go through the certification process. We have, with all of our boards, everything that is balanced out. So everybody that voted in each one of our voting convenience center, it shows the number of ballots we printed, it shows the number of ballots that went through the tabulator, and it shows the number of permit sheets that were issued at the time of the ballot. Every voting convenience center, all 14 of those balanced to the T. There was no problems at all. That was on election day. Also the same for the ballots that we mailed out. We had a high number that were returned. With saying that, the process in New Mexico is that all that you're doing today is certifying that what you see, that all the numbers balance. You're not saying whether there's a recount, there's not a recount. Basically, every county has to go in front of their canvassing board from 6 to 10 days after the election, and it has to be approved. At that point, all of our numbers and everything that has not been sent already to the Secretary of State, but it should have gone already from the voting convenience centers. They will go and they will do their canvass on the 24th of November. So we need to be canvassed. We need to be certified by the 24th. Then, starting in December, any recounts that people are requesting, or the ones that are less than 1%, like in the case of Representative District 53, that will be held beginning the first week in December. So basically, we're just approving the numbers that we show that everything balanced out. We're proving that it can be sent to the state. They do their own balancing of all of our precincts, and they do it for every county in the state. And then once they have their canvas approved, then at that point it will start going to the recounts that are requested or required.
Chairman Gerald, if I may.
Go ahead.
The corruption that could be possible right now has been recently pointed out by Ted Cruz with these voting machines through this Dominion company, that they really have a big question if that data was compromised inside of those machines. In some cases, it was Democrat votes switched to Republican votes, and there's other strong allegations as well. So my opinion would be, let's not move anything that has to do with our elections anywhere. I think that any recognition of this last election could be a recognition of fraud. And I say that we just table it, once again, this right here, and we can pick right back up here a month from now. But I would be scared to be outside of my oath to my office, and I take that very seriously, as we all should. We just need questions answered before we even begin to move this forward, in my opinion.
So
May I respond again? I'm sorry, I can't see you guys, so I don't know.
yeah.
So prior to certifying these machines, our voting machine technicians go in and they put all the machines through a process. And we have test ballots that are marked certain ways, that are voted for each candidate so many times. Each ballot is voted for each candidate so many times. So at the end, and some of them are overvoted, some of them are undervoted, but at the end, once all of those test ballots have gone through each machine, the total that prints out on the tape total is exactly the same for each machine. So it shows that how we voted for whichever candidates, that's how the machine read it. So we test certify these, proving that they are not set for one candidate or the other. And once they are certified, they are locked up and they're not touched again until they go to the polls on election day. So that is one thing with Dominion, and that's who we use. But we do test every machine prior to election day, prior to early voting or mobile voting or absentee. They're all.
And I understand that, Robin, but do you think that if any data is stored electronically on an electronic device, do you think there could be a possibility that data could be compromised in some way?
Commissioner, they are not connected to anything. They're all standalone.
I don't care. Whenever you have data that is digitally stored in a machine, there's always a possibility that there could be that could be compromised. And all I'm asking is just for a little bit more time. Why do we have to do this today? Why can't if my fellow commissioners would just give it a little bit more time, let some more questions let this be unraveled a little bit, and let's make sure that this Dominion company and these other tech companies aren't compromising data, which in turn we have a fraudulent election. I mean, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I think I'm only being a realist. It could really happen.
Well, the only thing is with these tabulators, they're all standalone, so they're not connected to anything. all they're doing is tabulating each ballot that goes through, and they're keeping that information on a card. At that point, we take the card and we read it into the Secretary of State's voting registration system. So each one of those tabulators is not connected. It has no guts or anything. It's just a tabulator. There's no computer in it, nothing. It's just simply a tabulator that has a card in it.
Okay.
That it just puts the votes on there, and then we read it into the computer.
And I'll finish with this. I'll finish with this, and I won't say any more on this than I've already said, because I don't know enough about it all to argue that big of a point with you, I guess. I don't know. But I just feel like in my heart, I feel like there's some unanswered questions, and many people that I know have reached out to me. They as well have many unanswered questions. If we could give it a little bit more time, we could ease through this. But I will pay y'all the respect of keeping my mouth shut over here, and y'all know where I stand on it.
Robin, could I ask a question, please? Is there a time frame? If we waited till the next commission meeting, is that okay?
Well, I don't, we are told that we have to canvass between 6 and 10 days of the election. We've never had anything like this before, so they have to do the state canvassing on the 24th. So that is Tuesday. And I don't know honestly, I don't know what would happen if you guys do not approve it, if it would have to go to somebody else, or I'm just not sure.
We don't work for them. We work directly for the people. We have to always remember that, because they are going to try to manipulate us. They will try to control us. But we owe it to our oath and to the people to make sure that our elections, they at least have a time to investigate any questions.
Well, and I stand here before my board, and I feel safe, I feel secure, I feel sure that there was no problems with any of our machines. If there would be no balancing at the end of the day. But every machine balanced, everything worked out just as it was supposed to. It was certified the way it was supposed to prior to using these machines. We have used these machines for many years, and we've never had any issues. So I feel confident asking you to approve this canvass today. I can't say what went on in other states. I can't even say what went on in other counties as far as that goes. I can just stand here today and self-assuredly stand behind this canvass, and I believe that it should be certified today. That's just my request.
I can tell you that I've actually been to the certification of these machines and been part of that process, and it's impressive. We were there all day making sure that these machines were right, and then locked up prior to leaving so that they would not be touched again until election. So, I mean, I know the process because I've been involved in it, and it's pretty extensive. And I've also been sitting in the clerk's office when they're in there counting those votes. Yeah, they do an excellent job. I have no fear that these numbers are the numbers that came in, because I've seen the process myself.
So Robin, let me ask another question, please. If on this situation right here, okay, let's say for Representative Little, my understanding that's in a recount, is that correct?
Yes, it will be in an automatic recount because it was so close.
Okay, so signing the canvas, like what you're wanting us to do today, is not going to be a result of how that election came out?
No, what it will do is you're just canvassing the votes as we have them now. Any candidate can request a recount. They have to do it within a certain amount of time of the canvasses, but they can request a recount, or by law, we are required to do a recount for candidates that are closer than 1%. So already it's automatically going to go to a recount for District 25 for Little and Madrid. So, and what will happen is, even though this canvas is approved, all the updates will go in also whatever, if there's any changes, then that will just update the canvas. It's happened many times over the years. This is not the first time we've had to have recounts and numbers have changed. It's happened before. So this is just the process that the state has set out for us. The legislators have it in the law that this is a way that we continue after the election. We do our process of having the canvas certified by the canvassing board, which is you all, and then it goes to the state. The state does the same process, goes through and verifies everything, looks at all the numbers. Their canvas is also verified and approved by the state. And then after that point, then whatever recalls, then at that point we start working on those. So it can change after. This is not setting it in stone. This is just saying it right now. The certificates or the canvassing that we have, all the tabulator totals and everything from each of our voting convenience centers, we are just certifying those as to what happened on the general election day on November the 3rd.
And what it could be is it could be the first step in recognizing a fraudulent election, if it is fraudulent. And I heard you, Robin. I heard you take a really strong stand to support everything, all the processes, all the machines. But the fact of the matter is whenever it's technology, there's always somebody that's got a bigger system and a more powerful system, you know. And so I don't know. I just, again, there needs to be an investigation on questions. I mean, if we move on this today, again, this is the first step that the Otero County will take in recognizing these results. And until Dominion is investigated, your operating system, Robin, Dominion, that they are already calling to the line and saying there's absolutes of fraud inside of that operating system, you know?
Well, now, there are several different systems from what I understand. I don't know. But my question, I guess, to you would be, what is going to change between this meeting and in a month? Do you know of anything?
No, but I know that there's a lot of. Have you heard of any kind of investigations into this last election on the federal level? Have you heard of Donald Trump investigating and Rudy Giuliani and on and on and on? So there is a lot of it. There's a big investigation going on right now. So if there's fraud at the top, the fraud's going to go all the way down to the bottom. And I think right here on our state, I think our congressional seats, I think our Senate seat, I have very big question in those races too. So I think that, yeah, let's let the president do his investigation at the top. Let's support him through their investigation. And let's make sure that our elections were fair.
Robin, another question.
Okay.
When the recount for the Little Madrid, are we going to have to recanvass that? Recertify it?
No.
Yes?
No. What happens is we'll have a board and then they'll go through all the numbers. If there's any changes, then it would be updated to the canvas.
Okay, because I was going to propose we wait till that's settled. We'll only sign it one time and be done with it.
Okay, well.
And I apologize for getting loud earlier, Robin. I'm sorry. That's why I wish we were in a meeting together. I hate doing these things over the phone when we can't see each other's faces. And, you know, that's why we need to be present with one another. So if I was loud and abrasive earlier, I just ask for you to forgive me, because that wasn't my intent. You know, I mean, I'm extremely concerned about the future of our country. And if these elections are right, it's going to be, I don't know, but I don't think that they are. You know, I mean, we have our children and grandchildren's future ahead of us. We need to make sure that this was absolutely 100% the will of the American people. If it was, I'll begrudgingly concede and call Joe Biden my president. But until that day, I'm going to support our president. We can do that from the very bottom levels. You know, let's make sure these systems didn't get hacked into, like Ted Cruz is telling us that they did. I mean, he gets in a little bit higher intel meetings than you and I do.
Well, I understand that. However, we have worked with these systems for many, many years now, and we know the ins and outs, and we're all certified on these machines.
Sure.
And we know that there is no way, because they are not connected to any system. They're all standalone units. They don't have any guts. They don't have any electronics in them as far as that can connect to anything. They're simply a tabulator. They're just tabulating the votes. We have all of the votes. We have all the ballots if they need to be recounted. This machine, as it tabulates the vote, it also takes a picture of the ballot. So we have that two different ways. So that's the only two things that this machine does. So by us saying that somehow somebody got in there and changed it, there's no way, because the day that we certified these machines, they were sealed with a certain number. And the workers had to verify that that same seal was connected when they received the machine into their care. So they know that when they received this machine, the last time it was touched was by my certifying voting machine technicians. So nothing had been messed with. All of the numbers came out right. We have never had any issue. And if they do prove in the future, you've got to realize that all over the whole United States, there's several counties canvassing their totals. And if there was something proved later, then that would just be, apparently, I guess they would go back and I don't know what they do, you know, if they can prove something. But to look at the system and to see it work, you can see that there is no way that anybody has been able to mess with our machines or change anything on them after we've already certified them.
Gerald,
So
let's just
to
give it
me,
a
this
little
is
more
just
time.
another process that we do. We certify the election, and then if anything changes later, then it would come back and say, well, whatever, you know, this changed or whatever. But, I mean, I feel so confident in this machine, and I wish that you could have been there to watch these voting machine technicians certify this. We invite everybody to come watch us, because once they see it, they can realize how, oh no, there's no way anything can be done like that. And that's just again my point of view. I ask once again that you approve this canvas, certify it for us. If you choose not to, well then, you know, all I can do is ask for you to do it.
Maybe I didn't understand my answer to, are we going to have to
Oh, I'm
recertify
sorry.
the deal on
You know,
Little and
typically,
Madrid?
I don't think that you have to recertify it. We may have to bring it to you. We may have to do that. We haven't done that in so long where anything has ever changed. That's why I don't remember that. It could possibly happen.
So when will you know on that?
Well, the thing is I don't know what will happen now. I don't know if we don't approve this, what the next step is. I don't know. I don't think the state can have their canvass done if each county's canvass is not done. So, and then I don't know if we can do any recounts until after the state canvass is done. So this maybe just be putting a kink into the whole, I don't know. I'll just have to find that out, because this is, like I said, never happened before.
Could we actually put this at the end, if maybe she can make some phone calls and find out what the situation is? And then we could speak to her after, when she's got the answer or has an answer for us as to how long it's going to be before we have an answer, then we could revisit this towards the end of the meeting.
Can we do that, Robin?
What
I'm sorry,
answers
I
is she
couldn't
going to
hear.
get, though?
So
What
do you think
answers are you
you'd be able to get some answers on some of those questions by like, I don't know, maybe the next hour?
Which questions, though?
Sure, I certainly can try. So your first question is if the numbers change for Rec District 53, do you have to re-sign the canvas?
Well, I don't want to approve and sign the tablets, and then all of a sudden they come back in and they're not right. If something comes up on the recount, then we've already said, well, it's right, and then it's not right.
Right, but it was the process of you received it at the time until something was rechecked. Basically, when they do a recount, the ballots are basically fed back through the machine like they were originally. So chances are the numbers will not change. These, unless they were like an absentee, that's where it might be a change. So basically, your question is then, so if numbers change when we do the recount for Rep District 53, do you have to re-sign the canvas? That's your question?
Well, that is one of them. The other one is,
Okay, what's the next one?
the other question is if we do not sign them today.
Okay. What happens then?
Yes.
Okay.
I got
Any other questions?
I got a couple too, Amy.
Okay.
Or
Watch it.
anyways, I was going to ask, how often are the tabulator software updated? That's just a question that we have.
How often are
How
they
often is the
updated?
tabulator software updated? If
It
that
just
makes
depends
sense
on
to you.
whenever there is any
It's just a
update.
question from one of my constituents that was just asking.
I can check on that one for
And
you.
also, do we know that these numbers match what the Secretary of State says?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Absolutely we do. Because
Okay.
our numbers go in, they get their numbers from us.
Okay. Okay, that was just a couple questions from constituents.
Okay. Okay, anything else I can check on?
No, I think that's it, Robin.
Okay.
Or you?
Let me see if I can get a hold of someone and get you some answers.
Okay. And if you can just let Pamela know if you have the answers to that stuff, and then we'll carry on with the meeting, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're gonna hold off on the answering of, where we at? Oh, item number 18 on the canvassing until we hear back in a minute. So we'll move to the new business.
Chairman, Ms.
Oh,
Black would like to.
I'm sorry. Are we still on the item 18 talking, or are you talking something else?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I actually was hoping to get in on the unscheduled communications. Sorry,
okay.
I was trying to get over for that this morning.
Okay.
And really, the only reason I'm here is I just wanted to bring to the Commission's attention that the discussion that's going, I'm sorry, back up, Rachel Black, State Representative, District 51. I'm assuming that Nicole is listening. She's
I'm
not
sure.
here. Because she's
Sure.
not here. So basically, I just wanted, there was a press release that went out this morning from Jim Townsend, who's the minority leader. I just wanted to bring it to the Commission's attention that planning for the 2021 legislative session is starting. And I want to bring it to your attention. Some of the proposals are of perhaps moving the actual session for committee meetings to the contracting with the city of Santa Fe for use of the community center. I believe to the tune of $250,000. And using some CARES Act funding to upgrade the Wi-Fi capability and so on. Really the issue in my mind, and this is why I wanted to bring it to your attention, is with the COVID, we can't go to church. There are certain things that we can't do because
right.
of the order. So if this plan goes through, that will be part of it. So public comment, public input will be severely limited. They are talking of not having any public comment
It'd be
Or
very convenient for many to
Yes.
not have any public comment.
limited to the space that, is available. They would do a lottery system. So, and really what I feel kind of for our area is if you drive for 2.5 hours thinking you're going to be there to testify at a committee hearing, and you get there and you're not one of the 5 people that they've selected, you've wasted your time. The other issue is Wi-Fi. We have a lot of part of the state that doesn't have Wi-Fi.
And it's all, the only reason why, Rachel, is just because of the social distancing or what? And so
Yes.
they feel
Yes.
like, so what are they gonna mark out boxes for you guys to stay in the?
And we actually did have a special session, and it was limited. We had some members that were at home on their computers, on the other side. We had other members that were there maintaining the 6-foot social distancing. Anytime the internet would go down, it would go down a lot, let me tell you. We'd be in the middle of a debate, or someone would ask a question, and the internet would go down. And so we would have to stop and wait until it came back up. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention so you're aware of where this is going. So in the December meeting, if there's more plans made, in the December meeting, if you guys want to send a letter with how you think it should be done, then you have that opportunity. So,
Okay.
like I said, I just got the press release this morning. Legislative Council met last Friday with a 14-page proposal on what they wanted to allow and what they didn't want to allow. That information was tabled. They're going to meet again on Monday for a general consensus vote.
It's unbelievable the disruption that they're causing through these mandates, I mean, it just, where does it end? Now they're gonna move y'all out of the roundhouse into the convention center and, oh my goodness. I mean, it's just like, I don't know if it's intentional seeds of confusion right now or what it is.
Well, and really what it comes down to is the roundhouse is the people's house. The people, the citizens of the state, that's where they should be able to go and have these conversations with their legislators.
Absolutely.
And so that's really what is kind of scary, is that to limit that. So I just wanted to bring that information to you guys so you would be aware of it. Or in the December meeting, if you guys want it, you have time to do that.
There might not be any real reason for you guys to meet this next year because you might not have any money to do anything with anyways.
That is, yes, and that's actually, within my own caucus, we've had that discussion that in reality it would kind of make more sense if we could push it back because the numbers that we're looking at on doing the budget this year, the good numbers don't come in until later in the spring. So all the numbers that we're kind of looking at right now aren't really, they're projections.
Yeah.
So.
But with the oil, with us losing that oil revenue, and then with tourism being completely decimated and small business being GRT's gone, I don't know. But then, yet we talked to Julianne, and Julianne's got a fairly optimistic report back to us on GRT and stuff, where we're not really down that much. So.
At this point, we're not. At this point, we're not. That is true, correct. GRT runs with a lag. And a lot of, it seems to be, even statewide, a lot of people spent their stimulus checks. So that helped with the GRT.
Of course.
So really the issue, and statewide it's looking at, are we going to have the shortfall in 2021 or are we not going to see that until 2022 because of the time?
Yeah.
I think you're running a year behind. It'll surface the year from now.
Right.
Before right now.
Right.
I don't think this year is going to be different much than last year, but the following year.
Right, when we do fiscal year 2022.
Oh my goodness, and then wait till everybody's refrigerated air kicks on this spring, and then all of a sudden we're having massive blackouts everywhere because the governor killed all of our coal-fired power plants, Escalante and Four Corners. That's a whole nother topic of conversation right there. The Democrats, and now they want to cut us up, where we'll never have another conservative voice again in Santa Fe whenever they try to do their redistricting. I think that conservatives, we better stand strong right now, my goodness.
Definitely. So that's all I have for you guys. I just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Now I can go to 19?
Yes, you may.
All right. Agenda item number 19, this is on the new business. Request approval of memoranda of understanding between Otero County and the Department of Interior to participate as a cooperating agency as the BLM prepares the environmental impact statement evaluating amendments to the federal livestock grazing regulations. This is one of the deals I submitted. This is one of the cooperating agencies that I have been trying to get on along with the gray wolf. We are having, this is a part of this right here. We haven't done any kind of visual meeting with them yet. Next Thursday, I'm meeting with Bobby Jones, Bevo Lee, several ranchers on the Mesa, a lot of the BLM people, the Grazing Livestock State Association. They're wanting to do a study on the plants, the type of vegetation in certain areas. So what they've done, from my understanding, is picked of the 4 locations on the Mesa, 3 of them are on the Jones Ranch. What they're doing, they do a GPS deal and it drops and hit the pin, and then they do 100 feet radius around whatever that pin is to study if there's thistleweed, African root, whatever the vegetation, to see, to analyze the grazing. And so Bobby's big concern is number one, the time of year. Things are dying, things are, the lack of water that they've had down there this year.
Sure.
They're gonna come down and cut the grazing numbers.
No, I tell you, Gerald, you probably couldn't pick a worse year than this year in I'm not kidding y'all, possibly my lifetime back in Catron County. It's that bad. It looks like the moon. So for them to want to come in and do this So
this is one of the reasons why Otero County has got a lot of ranchers in it.
Sure.
There needs to be involvement in it. I'm not telling you that we have to participate, but we need to have a say-so in this. I'm going down, I'm going to take a recorder, I've got that set up, the whole thing will be recorded. We'll have minutes of this meeting or this whole little episode down there, and then it'll come back, and then hopefully we'll get started in the meetings like I've been doing on the wolf deal. So, again, I think it's an important factor for Otero County. A lot of my district is that area down there that it's going to affect a lot. So it's very important to those people that we try to get a fair shake on this deal and stand our ground on it. So.
And they don't want to. They don't. They are so mean to the people down here. It's awful.
They have, from what Bobby told me this morning, they have a couple of people coming that, what he said, are very powerful people for our side of the committee. He mentioned a name, but I can't remember what the gentleman's name was. But he was very excited that he's going to attend this meeting too.
I bet
they're coming in with.
That's
the
good.
Rangers are coming in with guns behind them, packed for a little support. So hopefully it works out good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
But and Bobby's in favor of signing this MOU with them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to have to sign. We're going to have to sign up for this to even be able to get on the cooperative agency to be able to fight with them.
Okay.
They've been after this, trying to get this. Somehow it got slipped. They missed it somehow. Whether maybe they didn't get notified, or we fought between Pamela and Sylvia and Bobby and Bevo and everybody calling them and trying to get on. They have let us out. So.
I wonder if, as you know, like with this MOU, with the grazing, I wonder if we could maybe get an MOU going too with the BLM in regards to some of the flooding and stuff that's going on around here, and maybe partner with the Department of Interior and something like that. I mean, we haven't had any breakthrough at all working with the BLM in the past as far as like maintaining the dikes and the flood control. I don't know. Just an idea. Just talking.
No, it's actually not a bad idea.
When these come out, and see, this is what I don't understand on this. So when this comes out, this was a deal brought out and instructed, and if you wanted to get on, do they have, on the BLM part, do they have flooding deal where something similar to this, where you?
Not that I know
But
of, but
see, but to work with the Department of Interior, you see, that's to begin to work with the administration, with the BLM, you know, I mean, that's, yeah, good stuff.
Well, they've really done a lot of these that I've seen with these cooperating agency this year. Maybe it's just because of the shutdown, nobody can go to all these meetings they have. They're getting, on the WOOP deal, they're getting a lot of turnout. There's every time from 26, 23 people that are jumping on and talking. So there is, I'm sure they're going to be, I haven't, like I say, been on this one to see what the turnout is, but the other ones have been a good turnout.
Yeah, good.
Any other discussion on this?
No.
All right, I'd like to make a motion for the request approval of memorandum of understanding between Otero County and the Department of Interior to participate as a cooperating agency as the BLM prepares an environmental impact statement evaluating amendments to the federal livestock grazing regulations.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Item number 20, discuss and consider adoption of the 2020 Otero County Comprehensive Plan.
Commissioners, have you all had a chance to review the plan? Have you all looked at your presentation in your packets? So you're aware, other than you approving the plan today, there's some decisions to make on about 5 items on whether you want to leave certain verbiage in. Do you all feel comfortable enough to go through that without the consultant, or should I get the consultant on the phone?
I feel comfortable enough.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yep.
Okay.
My understanding on this, on the package in our pan, Pamela, you're wanting, there's, if I remember correctly, 5 items that.
Yes, if you go towards the back, it's asking for comments for commission input. And number 1 is chapter 5 of the Public Lands and Resource Management, pages 5 through 10. There are 2 comments there. There's a proposed revision. So what they're asking is, would you like to keep the paragraphs and change the language to read, contention has resulted from FWS decision to protect the critical habitat and the meadow jumping mouse in Lincoln National Forest because it puts restrictions on property and water rights, and the riparian grassy habitat is also primed for grazing. So they're asking if you would like to keep those paragraphs.
My answer on that is yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good
Yes
with
from
it.
everybody? All right.
Absolutely.
Next one. Chapter 5 of the Public Lands and Resource Management, pages 5 through 16. They're wanting to know if these, are these the county's established principles? The document is being written for county, not PLUAC. So they're recommending it is the position of the county, not of the Public Land Use Advisory Council. What verbiage would you rather see?
Well, it is, well, my opinion is yes on it, is the county concerns on how the land is managed,
Better believe
brush
it.
management, the forest, so.
Yes,
That's how it
so
should have
it's
been.
the counties.
Sure.
That's how it should have been all along.
The next one, Chapter 5, Public Lands and Resource Management, pages 5 through 17, Watershed and Forest. Again, the document is being written for the county. Is it accurate to say these are the county's concerns?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, okay, wow, we're going through this quick. Next one, Chapter 5, Public Lands and Resource Management, page 5 through 18 and 5 through 19. The comment is, why was the issue of isolated tracts of public land being targeted for disposal left out? This is a policy of Otero County interim land use plan that was to be incorporated into the final Otero County comprehensive land use plan. The question for the commission, PLUAC's draft plan from 2016 struck this sentence, federally managed lands that are extremely difficult to manage, particularly those which lie in isolated tracts will be targeted for disposal. So it was not included in this draft. Should it be included?
No.
No, I believe it should be. You know, federally managed lands that are extremely difficult to manage, particularly those which lie in isolated tracts, will be targeted for disposal. So does that mean that the federal government would be willing to trade those tracts of land? Because, you know, are you familiar with the land trades? Like, if you have a small tract of deeded inside the forest, then the federal government that's really valuable to them. So they'll trade you that tract for maybe more land that adjoins other deeded land. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I think it's a good thing because it gives landowners more of an option to be able to trade, you know? I mean, because you trade land for land. It's not like we lose federal land, you know? I mean, so I think it just gives one more option for the landowner.
Well, if some of this have to do, say, a piece of property has natural gases on it or something like that, is that going to be, I would hope that the county would have some say-so on what they can do or can't do on the minerals and the resources in the ground.
But that would all just have to be negotiated, right? I mean,
Yeah. I'm a yes.
So should it be included? I get a yes.
Yes, after the explanation.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next one is Chapter 5, Public Lands and Resource Management, pages 5-18, Desired Improvements. The comment, was there a reason the mineral resources section was left out? Mineral resources are an inherent part of Otero County, and they are addressed in the Otero County Interim Land Use Plan, which was to be incorporated into the County Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The question for the Commission, PLUAC's 2016 draft plan included the paragraph below. Mineral extraction was not discussed during our meetings, so it wasn't included in the 2020 draft. Should this section be included?
Again, I say yes.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it just gives more right to the county, correct? In regards to our resources and our minerals. Instead of, because it's county, I mean, I think we should have a place at the table in regards to minerals or resources inside our county. I mean, you know, we're coming up on a time where energy is going to be a very lucrative business, especially after we mentioned the governor killed those plants. But we have all the natural gas in the world right down here on the south end of this mesa that's inside the county.
Well, even more than that, I mean, why would we? There's so many things that are already taken away that why would we give up that?
Yeah, we want to reclaim as much right to the natural resources as we can. Absolutely.
Okay, so the section shall stay in the plan.
Yes.
Yep.
Chapter 5, Public Lands and Resource Management, page 5-23, Goals, Policies, and Actions. Goal 1, public land uses are sustainable and maintain and protect the vested rights and the custom and culture of Otero County. Question for the Commission. The PLUAC's plan included the strategy below. Mineral extraction was not discussed during our meetings. Should this action be included?
Read that again, Penny, please.
So they want us to include a plan to extract our minerals and
create a regional action plan to develop both extractable and renewable minerals as needed.
And how would this come to surface? I mean, what would the county do?
You would have to initiate it if you so choose to.
But this gives us this gives the board the authority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than the state.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay, the next one, Chapter 5, Public Lands and Resource Management, page 5-23. Goal 3, local interests are represented in the decisions and planning of state and federal agencies within and adjacent to the county's boundaries. Policy 2, increase intergovernmental cooperation between Otero County, municipalities, state and federal agencies. Action 4, reconsider expanding the Otero County Commission from 3 to 5 members. Comment was, what does the expansion of the commission have to do with public lands? Explanation, 9 survey respondents recommended this in the community survey. This action is not specific to public lands, but addresses decision-making and falls under Goal 3, Policy 2. Would you like to leave that action in?
This is on the expansion from 3 to 5.
Yes.
I don't want to expand.
We've been through this deal before. I personally think I don't agree with going to the 5 because of the extra expense to the county.
Mhm.
And then, so,
Yeah.
So no, leave it out?
Yeah.
Okay. Last one, Chapter 5, Public Lands and Resource Management, page 5-25, Action 4, prepare and adopt a regional 40-year water plan. Comment, there is currently a 40-year water planning committee within the county region. On page 5-20, it covers this issue. The county commissioners need to participate and have representation in the 40-year water regional plan. Proposed revision. The goals, policies, and actions of the comprehensive plan are what get implemented, so it should be stated in this section 2. Reword as follows. Participate in the preparation of the regional 40-year water plan and ensure its adoption.
is this what the soil, the Water and Soil Conservation Committee does? Or is this something different?
This is a joint effort by multiple agencies. The county has participated before.
With the Soil and Water Conservation Committee for Otero County.
I believe they do. I'm not 100% sure who all coordinates that.
It still wouldn't hurt to have a commissioner on the board or on the committee.
Well, I think it's definitely beneficial to help prepare that plan that impacts the county and your constituents.
I like the ending statement better than the middle statement. The middle statement is really kind of wishy-washy. It's got, we need to participate.
Okay, so participate in the preparation of the regional 40-year water plan and ensure its adoption.
Yep.
Okay, that was it. So if the board is good with the recommended changes, you have the option to adopt the plan today with the changes mentioned today.
All right. Okay, any other discussion on this? I'd like to make a motion to discuss and consider adoption of the 2020 Otero County Comprehensive Plan.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. With the,
Proposed changes. Yes, sir.
all right. Item 21. Request approval of the published notice of proposed ordinance to repeal Chapter 45 of the Code of Otero County. Michael, you want to give a brief?
Yes, sir. Commissioners, in the legislative session in the winter, the state legislature made some changes to the Public Employee Bargaining Act, which governs how we deal with labor unions, which we have one at the sheriff's office. Under the previous law, we and many other local governments had our own local law about these issues, and we had a local labor board that if we had a dispute with the union, we could take that question to them. The legislation that passed this year, which was spearheaded by Damon Eli, essentially removes the authority for local governments to have that. It creates a standard law, requires everything to go to the state labor board, and so it's made our law obsolete as of December 31st. So because of that, I have proposed to you that we simply repeal this, that because it won't be valid, won't be operative, it's been superseded by the state law.
So my understanding, the wording in there is absolutely, doesn't really mean anything.
It's going to be a dead letter anyway. It will not be enforceable. So I'm suggesting getting it off the books because we can't enforce it. We'll have to go by the state law.
Works for me.
And I've consulted with John Martinez, who's our labor union expert, and he concurs with this. We just can't enforce it, so there's no point in having it.
So what harm does it do by having it? Why are you adamant about taking it off of the books then?
Well, it's because it's invalid, and obsolete language. I think we should repeal out and get it off the books. If it's so nobody's confused, and it's just there's no point in carrying dead letter in the books.
If it's unenforceable, then it needs to be removed because somebody is reading it saying.
The bad thing about it is though is that it was at one time it was people that took a stand and tried to push back against some of this heavy hand of the state, all the way to this point, and then we just say, it never really worked out anyways, and we just take their stand down, you know? I mean, I say leave it on there if it's not doing any harm, you know? I mean, if it causes a little confusion, maybe somebody just needs to look at it a little bit longer, you know? I mean, I don't know. Because sometimes we might have to revert back to some of this stuff too. We don't know what direction the government's going on us right now, to be honest with you, you know?
Yeah, this is not right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Any other discussion?
Sad day. Do we want to vote on that?
You know, the counties ought to have the powers necessary to provide for the safety, preserve the health, promote the prosperity, and improve the morals, order, comfort, and convenience of the county and for its inhabitants. That sounds like my oath to me.
Right. I'd like
and we want to take that off?
I'd like to make a motion to not approve this.
Wow.
Request approval, or to not approve, publishing a notice of the proposed ordinance to repeal Chapter 45 of the Code of Otero County. I'm sorry, but absolutely not.
And why do you have this on here to begin with, Michael?
Because because it's unenforceable because of the state.
I know, but there's a lot of laws that contradict themselves inside the, you know.
Inside of everything.
This is interesting, really, but
I think he's just trying to keep house clean.
On it.
So there's a motion to not approve this.
All we gotta do is,
Just not vote.
yeah,
Just vote it down.
vote nay on it if that's what you wanna do,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Just make a motion, we'll vote on it.
I'd like to make a motion to request the removal of published notice of proposed ordinance to repeal Chapter 45 of the Code of Otero County. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
No.
Nay. All right, item 22, request approval of the road maintenance in the Sunrise subdivision in Chaparral, New Mexico.
Lighten us up a little bit, Tom. Tell us a funny joke and lighten the mood. You ray of sunshine.
See, where's the face mask now?
Yeah.
It would have been perfect for today, boss.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Don Porter with Otero County Road Department. Let's see, we're on 22. Sunrise subdivision was first brought before the Commission on June of 2014. It was put on the warranty clock in October of 17, and I made it go another year because of a couple of construction issues that were not really paid attention to before any of us were on board with this. The roads are in good standing. I did another inspection about 2 weeks ago. Everything's still holding up good. I think we ought to accept them for county maintenance.
I think that's a great suggestion, Tom. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. I think the more roads that we can get on there for maintenance, the better. So, absolutely.
Well, this is in Colquitt subdivision, correct?
It's John Senior, the seniors. Yeah, it's the one around Los Pinos. Basically goes out around the outskirts of that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he comes to us with all of the information already pressed and sealed. It's impressive.
I say let's get them on now, then get them, then, now while they're still in good shape and they're up to standard and code, let's start doing them instead of letting them wash out and then we can't,
Well, and John's done a good job of keeping them maintained and making sure everything's staying in place.
Any other discussion? All right, request approval. Let me back up here a little bit. I'll make a motion to request approval of the road maintenance in the Sunrise subdivision in Chaparral, New Mexico.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, item number 3, that's yours too, right, Tom?
Yes, sir.
23. Request approval to start the warranty period for road maintenance of the Chaparral Desert Hills subdivision, Phase 1, Chaparral, New Mexico. Go ahead, Tom.
Again, this is another subdivision brought before us. Excuse me. This is off of Angelina, just off of Highway 54. They just completed Phase 1. Yes, please.
Right.
Don't choke on it. You still gotta go deer hunting.
Phase 1 off of Angelina.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all right. That chili bit me. Okay. Any questions?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Any other discussion on it?
I don't have any.
All right, make a motion to request approval to start the warranty period for road maintenance of the Chaparral Desert Hills subdivision, Phase 1 in Chaparral, New Mexico.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Brings us up to,
Brings us up to the controversial moment of the day.
okay, agenda item number 24. Discuss and consider resolution number 11-12-20/109-22. Authorizing the county manager to require county employees to wear a face mask under the current New Mexico Public Health Order. Open for discussion.
Being this is on your agenda because we again are having pressure from the state to enforce this policy.
Yep.
We do not have a policy in place for enforcement. We have many employees that wear face masks,
Sure.
but there's no enforcement in place. This is what this would do. You all know I forwarded you an email on Tuesday from the state where we are looking at penalties if we do not enforce this order.
And I appreciate you bringing it before the Board of Commissioners, because this isn't something that needs to be put on your plate and then you have to, it's sometimes people in government get put in positions where they have to enforce things that they really may not agree with or don't think are right, but then that's when we have our elected body that works directly for the people to make decisions on like this right here. I myself, as I've stated from the beginning of it, I question the constitutionality of it. I don't believe a lot of these mandates are legal. In regards to quarantine, our Constitution gives the legal authority to quarantine people that are sick, but it says nothing about quarantining healthy people. And the mandates are just a form of quarantine, if it's a mask or if it's the other full-on quarantines. But yeah, I, as I mentioned earlier, whenever we were talking about the election and the seriousness of our oath to protect the constitutional rights, the individual freedoms and liberties of Americans, here again, we're called to that same call. I mean, this is a call where I'm not bound by my own opinion. I'm bound by my oath that I swore to the Constitution to protect people's own freedoms and freedom and liberties, you know, and yeah. So I don't feel that it's fair for the county to be pushed into a corner where we have to do something that we don't necessarily agree with just because it's the governor's opinion, because I believe that her opinion right now is very political. And I don't question the virus is real. I don't question that it has affected lots of people's health. It's very sad, but communism is more of a concern right now than this virus is. And I think that communism is rearing its ugly head in our country right now by stealing our freedoms and our liberties away from us, and I'm not in favor of it.
Okay, number one is the way the world is today right now, it's going to be a sue happy deal. Right now, our county stands to a fine up to $13,000 a day. Okay, whether they can enforce that, whether they can enforce it, that's a question. So I'm still a little confused on where this $131,000 penalty is coming from April. Is that just one of the complaints we had?
Or is that the cap for this?
Well, and first there was a typo. It's April 2020, not April 2019. So we received a complaint in June, which was responded to by the safety officer, and it was closed. The complaint was closed, and then we received a complaint last week. What we found out last Friday that OSHA did not tell us is that they'd had 34 anonymous complaints, but they weren't reported to us. We are suspecting the first one came in April, so they started the clock there.
So essentially, they're talking about this money then has been accruing?
Since their first complaint.
Oh.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, complaints. You know how many complaints I get all the time? People complain about everything about me. A complaint, what is a complaint, you know? I mean, they could all be coming from the same person or the same 4 or 5, and we could probably name a few of them, you know? But I think that we right here today can make a very good stand for the people of Otero County and for the other counties to hopefully stand with us, because this is going to go to the other counties too. This isn't just going to stop with Otero County. They're going to go to Lea County. They're going to go to Eddy County. They're going to go to all the other counties and try to do this too. And I myself say that, you know, the county commission is where the rubber meets the road at, along with the support of our county sheriff, with Sean Jett's here in the room with us today. And I know that our county sheriffs are in favor of protecting our constitutional rights and standing up for our freedoms and our individual freedoms and liberties. And, you know, I mean, I don't think we should be mandating that all the county employees wear masks, you know. I mean, just for the mere fact, one, the virus itself, and two, do the masks even work? Because Dr. Fauci himself, the highly regarded doctor, said that they don't work, but we should wear them out of respect for one another. Isn't that what communists do? I don't know.
Well, the way I'm looking at it is, right now, I feel the county is, the way it is right now, with mandates and what the New Mexico Department of Health is saying, one of our people that, in the county that did get the virus, and say they spread it to their dad and he dies, and they're going to come back and they could sue the county because they were not made to wear a mask. And in today's world, you probably correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, they probably win that lawsuit.
I think you'd have difficulty proving the chain of causation, but they
and
nevertheless,
you're-
they could bring the suit.
You're very well true. Did they prove that they got it here? Well, that's always a big proof. Where did you catch it at? Did you catch it at Walmart when you went to Walmart, or did you catch it from your kid when you gave him a goodnight kiss at night that had been to school? My whole deal is, this is only in the county buildings.
Yeah, but we're talking communism, Gerald. This is what communists do right here, partner. You know, this is communism, and we've taken an oath to protect people's individual rights and freedoms and liberties. If we don't uphold that oath, we're in violation.
But we also took an oath to be fiscally responsible with the taxpayers' money.
At the compromise of communism, we're to be considerate of tax dollars, and okay, well, let's just accept communism now because tax dollars are involved.
And I think you're out of line right now with that one for sure.
Well, this was in a nutshell. It's what you said.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry then if I read something else into it. I apologize.
But the whole deal is coming. I'm trying to protect the residents of Otero County, the tax dollars. If we have to pay this, the residents on their tax dollars that's paying it.
And they get hurt.
They're going to put us all out of. They're doing the same thing to our small businesses, and our small businesses can't stand up to them. But our small businesses expect our government to stand up and their elected officials to stand up, and that's what we can do. We can stand up to them and say, no, we will not comply with the governor's mandates. Sorry. Or we can say, yes, Governor, come on in and we'll all be wearing masks. And then the guy out there that's working at the convenience center can get wrote up because he's sorting stuff out and he doesn't have a mask on. We don't need to go down that road, you know. I guarantee the county employees would not be in favor of this right here. I can promise you that because...
Have you heard from the guys in the shop about this proposal at all?
Not on this verbatim, no.
Mm.
And I've talked to Matt about it a little bit, and Emil about it a little bit. We're working so spread out. I mean, I've got,
Yeah, but she's still saying everybody has to wear a mask.
Right,
though.
we got chastised and look at how far apart we are.
That's not 100% right. Unless you're doing your outside, you're like in Tom's shop, they're well over the 6 feet distancing in the, I don't know about the 6 feet distancing, but they're not in a disease deal.
You're not in an enclosed environment, so you're getting fresh air through there.
There is an exception in this policy for working outdoors. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, but it's still, it's
If
recognized,
you're in
it's
your office-
recognizing, we would be much better suited if we were to just we could have the strength as a board to take the position of just saying, no, we're not gonna do it. Trent, do you want to address it? Because Trent will be affected by it, you know, and Trent's got concerns regarding it.
Okay, we'll use Trent as an example. If this passes, and our county manager mandates that if you come into the building, you're gonna, or you walk, or whatever you're doing, if you're gonna have to wear a mask to get into your office, you can take it off. If Trent decides he's not gonna do that, then that is a possibility that Trent could be terminated. So that's Trent's decision. So I'm just saying that out loud because the situation that's right here. So the county manager cannot sit there, well, Trent, you don't like to wear a mask, this doesn't apply to you, but Sylvia, you have to wear a mask. It's gonna be all or none.
Yeah, but we're to protect him where he doesn't have to be put in a position where he loses his job or not. That's what the county's here for.
But then if there is a virus, and I think we're all in a deal that this virus, it is a true deal. I don't want to get caught with it. You're taking the slack from everybody outside. I get my phone ringing. You can't make me wear a mask. Okay, that's your decision. But if our county manager is put into a position, she is trying to protect her employees. These are the people she is responsible for. if we need to do this and not get a fine from OSHA, I mean, okay, if you don't want a mask in here, don't come in here. But.
Are you gonna tell me that whenever I come into if we adopt this? And now what? Now am I gonna have to wear a mask to the next commission meeting? Because I won't, but I'll walk through that door right here because I feel like I have the power to do so, you know?
This is her building. This is our building.
So then it would be, so I would fall up underneath Pamela, and then Pamela would be penalizing me and fining me, and then we could come up with some monetary fines, or what? I mean, where does it all end?
Do you put a seatbelt on when you get in your truck and drive?
Every once in a while, yeah.
Okay. Your constitutional right make you do that?
Do what?
Does your constitutional right make you do that?
Make me put a seatbelt on? Does my constitutional? No.
And I'm just getting that.
But
part of the law here. You do that for that, and you don't.
It's not the law, though, brother. It's not. It hasn't been through any branches of government, and it hasn't been signed by anybody, by the governor. Laws are different than mandates, and it's a time that we call them what they are. Are they or are they not, Michael, our counsel? Are they different mandates? Does she have the legal authority to push this on us like it is a law?
Under some of the statutes, she has the authority to make emergency declarations, and there is a question about whether this law authorizes to make some of these that hasn't been tested in court. But in general, she does have the authority to issue regulations.
What if at the end of the day she's found to be it'd be constitutionally illegal what she's been doing? You know, I mean, because that's what the courts eventually the courts are going to find this out to be illegal. I think. I don't mean to eat up your time, Trent. You talk.
Or you want to say something? Go ahead. Well, I'm still, okay, this is mandated. What is the governing power? And this is where I'm confused. And maybe between our sources here, you have the New Mexico Department of Health. Who is the overruling, if they say this, is this how it is, or are they nobody?
I thought our county sheriffs were the final law in the land. I don't know. Are y'all, Sean?
What do you want me to speak in reference to?
No, as far as like the law, as far as the law goes and enforcement goes, in regards to the Constitution, would the sheriff not be the final law of the land? Y'all not have the final say?
We follow all case law, and of course we follow the Constitution. In this particular case, as I know it from my office, the Supreme Court of New Mexico has spoken in reference to this particular matter and said that due to legislation that was passed, I don't remember the exact year, 2015, 14 or 15, that they have actually did judicial review of that and said that the civil penalties that are being imposed for failure to comply with the health order is in fact valid according to the Supreme Court of New Mexico.
But so the fines are valid, but the constitutional legalities of it, where do those lie at? You know, I mean, but to say that the governor has the authority to impose fines is one thing, but the constitutional legalities of them enforcing laws that y'all would deem unconstitutional. I mean, the gun laws and such, I mean, there was a consensus between the sheriffs that those laws were unconstitutional. So any enforcement agency then that would come in to enforce a law that y'all deemed as unconstitutional,
we
then
will not be the enforcement branch in this particular instance. Once again, this is civil penalties.
Okay.
We have absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yes, sir.
As far as the enforcement, sir.
So this is enforceable.
According to the case law from the New Mexico Supreme Court, and me being the law enforcement, I'm not the expert, but the attorneys are. My take from it is that the Supreme Court of New Mexico has determined that the civil fines that are being given to businesses for noncompliance or governmental agencies is in fact valid under the legislation that currently exists. And that was a ruling that was set down, I believe, in the last 3 or 4 weeks that I've received it. I can't give you an exact date. And once again, of course, that my direction would probably need to confirm that, but that was my take on it. And once again, the enforcement side is not law enforcement.
So, okay, this is gonna be for you, Michael. So this, who's gonna implement this $13,000 or $131,000? Say somebody gives us a penalty, a fine, and we vote, we ain't paying it.
Well, these are proposed under the state OSHA law, and the Bureau has the authority to make fines. There is an appellate process. There's a board in the agency that you can appeal to. So it isn't just like it's like if Sean or one of his deputies writes a ticket, we can plead guilty and pay it, or we can go and argue our case. So it wouldn't necessarily be the last word if we got a citation. And as I read the statute, there's also a provision saying if a state or local government agency is fined, if we fix the issue, then the fine is remitted. That if by fixing it we can make it go away. That's my understanding. Just quickly reading it, this is not an area of the law that I am particularly familiar with.
Well,
This is such a nightmare.
I think you need to be. You need to research that a little bit because.
Well, this was handed to me after 5 on Tuesday and before a holiday, and the people that I would ordinarily go to are on vacation this week, and I did not have a lot of time to research.
Right now, Sean could write us a citation for not implementing no, you can't?
It's a state police.
Do what?
State police.
State police only, not the county. Okay,
What's up, Mr. Matt?
well, hang on just a second.
The Attorney General has given a legal opinion to law enforcement saying that he believes that it would be valid for us to enforce the mask mandate. So we're talking about two different issues here, enforcing the mask mandate or the civil penalties that are assessed. OSHA being something totally different than what I'm speaking of. I'm speaking of the validity of the fines that have been assessed to the restaurateurs is where this originated from. The restaurants who were appealing this and saying it was absolutely unconstitutional. Whether I agree or disagree is neither here nor there. The Supreme Court of New Mexico has said, with the authority granted to her under that legislation, she does have that authority, the Department of Health, to impose that monetary fine.
And this statute's a different one than the OSHA one that they're proposing the fines in the business for. So these are two different statutes. They have the same goal, but they're two different legal regimes.
The statute I'm referring to is this $13,000 a day or $131,000.
And that's coming out of the OSHA law, not coming out of the public health laws, which is what Sean is talking about, the decision that came down from the Supreme Court a few days ago.
So on this one, Matt Clark, Emergency Services Director, this one, like Michael said, is coming out of OSHA. So OSHA is going to be the defining and enforcing agency for this case. Again, I'm not a lawyer either, but in my studies for my degree in occupational health, we did study cases on the civil fines that companies got. And there is the appeal process, and they'll hit you with $300,000-$400,000, and you either pay it or you plead it down, and then you're still going to end up paying whatever you pled down. But if you fix it, then, like you were saying, a lot of times the fine will go away if it's a first offense. If you continually go down it, then you hit the willful
Negligence.
negligence, if you will, and they will stop pleading it down, and they'll just hit you every time, and it'll just be compounding every time we're in violation of it. So on the one hand, you have the constitutionality of, is this legal, is this not? On the other, under the labor laws, we have to follow OSHA, because New Mexico is an OSHA state. Our county falls underneath OSHA's guidelines. Someone falls off a ladder, OSHA's going to come down and do the investigation. Were they trained on ladder safety? Did they have all their safety equipment? At the end of the day, I hate comparing it that way, but that's the way it is. If someone were to fall off the ladder, OSHA's going to come down and investigate. You're not wearing your mask, OSHA's going to come down and investigate, see, are we doing our due diligence to protect the worker? And that, for this, is the way we need to look at it, through the labor side and OSHA protecting the worker. And that's where this is coming from.
My experience with OSHA is usually when you get an OSHA complaint or fine, it's the internal person coming, making the complaint. I hate to say that, but.
And absolutely, when you have, I think it was 34 complaints is what we were told about, every last one was anonymous, which tells me someone in the facility. We employ approximately 250 people, which makes us fall underneath OSHA. We're not small business, so we have to follow their guidelines. And yeah, anonymous refers to inside, because they want to protect themselves. And they have that right. And they even have that right to say, yeah, it was me that did it, and they're protecting her, the whistleblower. So, but most people choose anonymous.
Trent, I'm sorry.
One question would be is, when did OSHA adapt this?
I would have to look and see, but with the governor giving her authority to OSHA, I'm sure it came around with her mask mandate in the public health order. And by pushing it on the OSHA side, it gives her that other grant.
Yep.
And I will see if I can find that information for you.
Me personally, I think what sets worst in my stomach about this whole thing is this mandate is tasking all of our businesses, all of our local governments to do the policing for this mandate. So we're putting this burden on every single person. Businesses are tasked with, if you don't enforce this and make patrons that come into your place of business wear a mask, we will fine you and shut you down. You know, and that just doesn't sit right with me. This kind of relates to me and brings up a lot to me is relates to Obamacare. When they implemented Obamacare, if it was such a great system, why did it be penalized if you did not have it? That's forcing somebody to do something by penalizing them to do that. You know, when Trump took office, he took off that mandate. People are still getting insurance. People are still covered by insurance. Insurance carriers are coming back where they were dwindling down to a one source system, and that was dangerous. And I think following these mandates is equally as dangerous. I mean, we're using our people to enforce it against other people. And, you know, I don't believe, you know, I don't want to discredit the dangerousness of this virus, but there's just as many other viruses that just as many people die every year from these viruses. I could get killed walking out my door tomorrow morning. You know, there's risk involved in everything. We've been under this mandate since March, and we haven't slowed it down at all. If any, it's spiked in the last month, and a lot of the ones going and getting tested are the ones wearing masks, and the ones that are coming up positive are the ones wearing masks. So it's the mask is, I don't think, the issue. The mandate is more, I agree with Commissioner Griffin, is a control thing. And that's what I don't agree with. And personally, when I put one of those on, I've been in construction for 20 years, and I probably should have worn dust masks at times with messing with insulation and stuff, but I never wore them because, and this could be all in my head, but that's who I am. When I have something on my face like that, I get feeling like I can't breathe. and then I start panicking, and it just doesn't end well. So I have never worn one because of that simple reason. I haven't ever gone to a doctor because I'm not the type to just go say, hey doc, I feel like I'm claustrophobic or something, you know. But when I try to wear one, it really messes with my
And that's why they have the doctor
mental state.
For your mask.
Mm-hmm.
Just for that reason.
But if you also take into account Americans with Disabilities Act, is if I state that I've got a medical condition that says I can't wear one, nobody has the right to question that.
I'm not sure. I just know that they have doctor exempt deals for, I'm presuming the same thing, claustrophobia, you know, anxiety.
Yeah, and it should be, I mean, yeah, I agree. I hear what you said with the medical condition.
But that was my points I wanted to make. You know, I do feel that it's a control thing. I don't feel that the masks are slowing the spread of it whatsoever. I agree with social distancing. I will respect anybody that does wear a mask. I will respect anybody that doesn't want you anywhere close to them. That should be a personal choice, but it also should be a personal choice if you don't want to wear one. And I don't feel like that's being selfish to me.
That's right.
And Trent, I understand exactly where you're coming from.
And on a personal level, even agree with you.
Yes, but when trying to, this county can't afford it, $13,000 a day fine, and OSHA can.
So what does the resolution that was passed several months ago stating that Otero County did not agree with this mandate, what does that do with that resolution?
Those resolutions I've been proven to and shown, they ain't worth no more than that paper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what we're looking at right here.
So,
you know?
Does this one hold any more salt than the rest of them?
The only thing this resolution does, it gives me the authority to enforce it with disciplinary action and up to termination. It's a policy the board puts in place that authorizes me to follow it.
But if
And violation of the policy would be considered insubordination, and that is addressed in the personnel policy.
But in regards to what Trent just said just a minute ago with the Disabilities Act, you know, if you have a county employee and they say, well, I've got a medical condition, then that should be
We're not allowed to ask
conversation.
what the medical condition is.
I'm sorry?
We're not allowed to ask what the medical condition is, and if they get a note from the employee, it won't state what it is. It just states they have a condition, they can't wear a mask.
And that condition could be claustrophobia,
It could be.
as Trent has. So all the county employees should just know, those that don't want to wear a mask, there's plenty of options.
Well, they're gonna have to come in with the doctor's.
Sure, but
Doctor's deal.
Yeah, but can you even get into a doctor nowadays for something like that?
But
you
still,
know, I mean,
I know. I think it would be better just not even to recognize. I mean,
I agree completely.
The thing is that, okay, so there you go. So if we recognize this and accept it, they're gonna probably, if we show them we have a plan, we've implemented a plan, they will more than likely drop the charges. More than likely, right?
More than likely, that's what will happen.
So, I mean, I can't guarantee you that, but he's already implemented in his letter and stuff that he would work with us if we got a plan implemented in. Now, we can implement a plan in. If it passes, it is up to the individuals in the deal, and it'll be between the county manager and the employees what happens here.
but man, that's really passing the buck, though, Gerald. You know, that's really just going. It just you'll just have to decide if you want to keep your job or not. I'm done.
This lady has 250 employees she has to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay, that is not passing the buck.
And I think communism, again, I think communism is more of a concern to me than the coronavirus is.
I don't know.
I mean, that's just my position.
Mike, go ahead.
You know, it says mask, but are there other options besides a mask in this question? I mean,
And you gotta wear some kind of face shield, right? Is it more broad than just a mask?
I would have to get a definition from OSHA on this. Unfortunately, Josh is the one that's been dealing with them.
So if it's a restriction problem, if that could be addressed and by something else, then that would alleviate that problem, wouldn't it?
I know
But
early
yes,
on,
I
face
understand
masks.
the question of freedoms, yes, I understand the whole concept of that argument, and I respect it. But I'm looking for an option besides just a face mask.
Well, that's my point. I could tape that paper to my face and everybody would be appeased that I had something covering my mouth.
There you go.
Does it do a bit of good?
Grow your
None.
mustache, Trent.
Right?
It's true.
You
It's
know,
just about
in
compliance.
OSHA standards, because I have my OSHA 30, in OSHA standards, to wear a face mask, you cannot have facial hair.
It can't be protruding past where the face mask.
Well,
Because
covered
that
neck.
makes
That's
the
for a
mask
respirator.
inoperable. It does not.
That's for a respirator.
That's for your respirator.
And dust mask in construction.
Dust mask falls underneath respirators.
Mhm.
Yeah.
My only thing is, I hate this thing, I don't wanna wear it,
Mhm.
okay? But I don't want the county to get stuck with a bunch of fines and money.
I'm,
So why are we gonna just keep drawing attention down to Otero County? Let's just bring let them come down and just take us to the cleaners. Who's gonna go to jail? Trent's not. I mean, he's not gonna be wearing it, he don't want to, or who are they gonna take to jail? The 3 commissioners? Supposedly we're the leaders of this county, or are they gonna take the county manager?
yeah, I bet you that if we were to make a stand on it though, Gerald, I bet you Lea County, I bet you Eddy County, I bet you Lincoln County, I bet all these other counties would stand with us if we'd make a stand, I bet. But it wouldn't just be us, all these other counties would fall in too, but the thing about a stand is somebody's gotta start standing, you know, or we're just gonna get consumed by this stuff. This governor's not gonna quit.
The only other solution is just release every county employee and it won't be a problem. Get rid of them all.
I like my job.
So what is the deal? I mean, if you don't wanna follow the rules that OSHA, which is an employee safety organization, you don't wanna follow their rules, and you don't have to follow their rules, then they get rid of all the employees, you don't have to follow the rules.
I like my job, which is true.
Pamela's salary, she can sit and answer the phone and take notes all she wants. Or she can go too. I mean, this is ridiculous. OSHA is, in my whole life of construction, OSHA has always been a nightmare of my life. OSHA comes in, and when they start coming into right here, they're gonna go to your job site, they're gonna go down to every other construction job site, they're gonna go to the road department and start looking, not to mask, they're gonna write them up on 100 other different things. So let's just keep bringing them here, let's just piss them off and bring them here. That's my idea, let's do that.
Because they can tell you how to cut your hair, they can tell you what shoes you gotta wear, they can tell you all that.
They don't have to tell you what color, but you better have a steel toe one. That's all they can tell you.
And to answer Mike's question, Josh is watching this at home, and he texted me part of that letter. It says face covering, whether it's a mask or the face shield. So they accept the face shield as being protected.
Go ahead, Tom.
And Commissioner Adley, you do bring up a good point with the safety boots, and I am going to play devil's advocate with you. Trent, you've worked construction for 20 years, I've done it for 30, and I have seen lots of jobs get shut down because guys were not wearing safety boots. You know, and that, unfortunately, now she has involved OSHA with this, which does change the tide completely. You know, if it was just a mandate or a law, I agree. We should tell her to, but it's not. She's involved OSHA with it now.
You take the county, which is a state situated deal, anything the county does, your job out there is a Davis-Bacon job. In the contract, what does the contract say? you will abide by all OSHA regulations and rules.
Safeties and standards.
Okay. What is this the difference? What difference is this?
Well, I'd like to know when OSHA actually adopted this as a OSHA standard, because it's not in my OSHA book.
It sure is. 5.1 general duty. It's their catch-all one. It's just like when law enforcement cites you for.
Well, that's a pretty
your accident,
vague
you were going
deal,
through
though.
practical condition. Because you slid off the road during a rainstorm.
That's just my thoughts on it.
I mean, I understand.
I appreciate you guys
The
hearing me
sad
out.
part is I'm sitting here and I understand both sides of it, and I get to sit in between C and B
It's like the
and figure out what
Obama mandates. I paid penalties
A+
all the way up till it was
or A-
repealed.
and B+ is.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Trent.
Normally it's you stuck in the middle, Gerald. Good.
What?
Normally it's you stuck in the middle of those things. Now it's me, huh?
Well, you're not alone. There's others that are stuck in the middle of it.
Any other discussion on this?
So the situation is
Yes,
this,
sir.
right? You put this thing through. Let's just say you put the thing through, right? And you send it up there and you say, we've got a plan, everything's fine. This is what we're doing, okay? And then is it up to each department head to take care of whether their employees are wearing them or not?
No, because the employees are all employed by me. So just because someone works for Robin doesn't mean they're employed. They're employed by the county. They all work under me when it comes to disciplinary measures.
So let me ask this. Aside from working outside, if they are in, let's say, like out at the road department, they've got the bay doors open, there's a lot of air moving.
6
in
feet
there,
apart.
then they're fine.
If you're alone at your desk in your office, you don't wear a mask. I mean, I don't like this any more than the next person.
I
Do you
don't
think I'm
either.
gonna fire an employee because they didn't wear a face mask? No, that's a huge burden for me to carry. But it is my duty as a manager to bring an issue to you brought to us by the state, to tell you that we're looking at penalties, that we're at risk of lawsuits. I spoke to the inspector. We're looking at lawsuits, criminal charges. It is my duty to let you know and ask you how you want to respond.
I don't want to waste any more money on this. The county's broke enough. It's that we're in a situation now that is not, neither side is right. Neither one of them.
Again, and this is only on the county,
And
the county buildings, facilities, period.
Yes, it's not the general public. It's county employees while they're on county property, coming and going into a county building.
But I mean, we got our butts chewed for not wearing them, and we're 6 feet apart. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. I will say I have a tendency to lean fiscally and say, look, if we're going to have to pay out the money to begin with, and then get an attorney and pay them so that we can fight this thing and possibly get the original money back, but we've now paid $250,000 to an attorney. I don't know. You know what I mean? It just starts getting really stupid expensive here real quick.
For it to be found later that masks have caused respiratory sicknesses and diseases, and then we get sued by about 10 times more money. I mean,
And it could be found later that riding horses causes prostate cancer too, but that's not something I can guarantee is down the road. I mean, the what ifs are all over the place. An ounce of caution.
yeah, but we can sit back and go, oh, we might get sued by somebody because somebody from somebody's family might get them sick, but I mean,
I didn't
we
even,
could.
I'm not even talking
I
about the
know,
lawsuits.
but
I'm
Gerald
talking
had
about the
mentioned it
fine.
earlier. I don't know. I just feel like
I know.
I just feel like we're going down the wrong road by going down this and by recognizing these mandates and then forcing our county employees to abide by them. You know, I mean, But I haven't agreed with any of this from the beginning either.
Understood.
So Josh just texted me and answering Trent's question of when did this happen. When the CDC recognized this as a hazard, OSHA adopted it. And then it falls underneath the 5.1 general duty clause.
Federal.
Federal, and then New Mexico, OSHA follows along. But yes, this is on the federal side as well.
Does that help? Federal.
Any other discussion on this?
No.
All right, I'd like to make a motion and discuss and consider resolution number 11-12-20/109-22, authorizing the county manager to require county employees to wear face mask under the current New Mexico Public Health Order.
I'll second with a caveat. Change face mask to appropriate face covering of some type. Because we can't force them to wear a specific thing.
No, and it's not, it's broad.
Okay.
We can
Just
Those face shields.
a face
are
shield, yeah.
Yes, that was in there, that as long as the face covering and the shield is covering.
yeah, because that's convenient for a mechanic or It's just so stupid.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, that's gonna take us to the general discussion. Oh, wait a minute, we got
Before
Robin.
you get, Robin is ready to talk to you. So let me give her a call.
She was 18.
Yeah.
Hello, it's Pamela. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Okay.
Okay, well, good afternoon. After I got through to the Secretary of State's office and talked to the Deputy of the Bureau of Elections and also to the Secretary of State, basically what they told me to let you all know is that it is your statutory obligation under the law as a canvassing board to approve it within the time frame set out by the law. If it's not approved at the county level, then the state cannot certify the state canvass, and then we cannot proceed to do the recounts or proceed with the audit. Basically, if you fail to certify the canvass, then the state will just do a writ of mandamus to the Supreme Court, because it is required as one of the steps to allow us to proceed with the audit or the recount. And also the question about once you certify and sign it, does it have to come back to you? And no, once you certify it and it goes to the state, that it's in the state's hands, and if any recounts make any changes to any of the votes, it's done at the state level.
That didn't give me a warm fuzzy.
I really don't know any more than I did when you hung up.
Well, basically what they said was if you don't sign it, then don't worry about it, because they'll just send it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will just do a writ of mandamus, and then they'll just take your place and do it for you, is what they'll do. Because they have to have it done before the state canvass on the 24th. If it's not done, then we cannot move to the next step. We cannot begin our recounts, we cannot begin our audits, we can't do any of that until the county canvasses are certified. Then it goes to the state level and they're certified there, and then at that point we move forward.
Well, I say
let's
just give it to the state Supreme Court then. Let them do it if they can do it.
So you're saying if we don't sign this today, you can't do the recount on Little and Madrid?
Exactly. Well, see, what happens is once all of the counties do their canvass and they're sent to the state, then the state re-canvasses each county, and they do that on the 24th. After that's all completed, Then the first week in December, we began doing our recounts. So you're exactly right. We cannot do anything until all the counties have certified their canvases.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Make a motion for the Board of the County Commissioners will convene as the County Canvassing Board to approve the report of the canvass to the returns of the 2020 general election and issue a certificate of canvass of the result as per NMSA 1-13-13.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
What'd you say?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. Now, thanks, Robin. You got somebody to come in to sign?
I have the forms here.
Okay.
In our
Yes,
stack
you
of
should have the
forms.
forms there. Thank you, Commissioners. And please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. I'd be happy to go over any procedures with you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, that's got all the agenda items on. It goes to the commission discussion. I pretty much gave you my discussion on what's been happening with the Gray Wolf and the BLM deal. So you pretty much know what I've been doing, so. Commissioner Griffin?
I don't really have anything.
Commissioner Bees?
I don't have anything.
Okay, at this time, and I forgot.
Oh, it's not there. Oh, there it is.
Okay, so, we need a roll call to go into executive, or
Mhm.
need to make a motion, or?
You need to make a motion, and then it has to be roll call vote.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to hold an executive session under New Mexico SA 1978 S10-15-1H1-8 to discuss the items on executive session. Can I have a roll call, please?
I don't think she's on the line.
Yeah, I'll do it. Commissioner Matherly,
Yes.
Commissioner Bees,
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin.
Yes.
And there's a majority.
Okay, so I gotta read the rest of that, right?
Later when we come
When we
back.
come back.
Can you put your tie back on for just a few minutes so we can get your picture before you guys go into executive?
Yeah, because my hair looks great now.
Lawyer didn't roll call.